As Mu Chen's disciple, Yi knew a lot about the refining process and power of the 12 divine beings. Since Mu Chenxian's death, she had been studying and trying to find a way to activate this item, but she had returned without success. In the end, she believed Mu Chen's words. Only the realm power of the heavenly martial realm could activate the 12 fiend gods. Although the 3 ultimate treasures were powerful and important, they were still a level lower than the 12 divine beings. The two of them began to discuss the method and steps to activate it. Although they were both the 12 divine beings refined by Mu Chen, there seemed to be a big difference between the 12 men of gold and the 12 men of black in the heavenly martial realm. This discussion lasted for a day, and the two of them gained a lot. Yi, in particular, was much weaker than Yunxiao in terms of sorcery, even though he had been taught by Mu Chen. After a series of detailed discussions, his heart bloomed with joy. A day later, the two of them sat opposite each other, digesting the information they had received. Xiao Hong sat quietly beside him for an entire day. Her body appeared to be in a half-corporeal, half-illusory state, as if she was hidden in the void, but at the same time she was real. After a long time, the referee finally opened his eyes and bowed with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Li, for your generous teaching. What I've learned today is better than what I've learned by myself for 100 years. It's all fate," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You don't have to be so polite." With a light wave of his right hand, he used a strong force to lift the spine up. Through this conversation, the judge had become very respectful to Yunxiao, completely different from before, when it was just for a simple deal. Now he was a teacher and a friend. Yunxiao nodded and said, "Let's get started. I understand the whole process. You can just stand by and watch for me. If there's an accident, we'll take action." "I'm very confident in Lord Li," Yi said with a smile. "There won't be any accidents." Yunxiao smiled. He was also very confident, and he was looking forward to the power of the 12 divine beings. From his conversation with the judge, he found out that after Mu Chen entered the Devil Realm and used the local materials of the Devil Realm to create these 12 black men, his refining techniques and other aspects had undergone great changes. He should have adopted a different refining method from the heavenly martial realm. However, Mu Chen was, after all, a person of the heavenly martial realm, and he could not do without his understanding of the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. After he finally refined it, he found that it was impossible to activate the 12 fiend gods in the Devil Realm, and could only sigh in disappointment. According to Yi's description, Mu Chen seemed to be very confident in the new 12 fiend gods. If he could fully exert its power, he could even fight against the demon lord. This was also the reason why Yi had sent out a supreme treasure to ask Yunxiao to activate them. As Yunxiao walked toward the 12 fiend gods, thunderbolts began to emerge from his body, making crackling sounds and illuminating the secret chamber. 3 days later, Yunxiao and Xiao Hongfang walked out of the hall. Zi and the others who had been guarding outside the hall all heaved a long sigh of relief and hurriedly gathered around. "Are you all right?" asked Sun with concern. He kept looking into the hall, trying to figure out something. However, the restrictions in the hall were extremely strong, and he could not tell at all. The shape-splitting beast also stood up and stared at Yunxiao and Xiaohong with a fierce look in its eyes. It roared in a low voice, but did not make any move to attack. Suddenly, the judge's voice came from the hall. "Don't be rude to Lord Li. Lord Li is the most distinguished friend of our Kuan tribe, and we will treat him with the highest respect." Everyone was shocked. The so-called highest standard was to be on the same level as the clan leader. For so many years, other than Qi, no one else had enjoyed this honor. Yi's voice came again. "I'll be going into seclusion for a few days. Please take good care of Lord Li and listen to his orders. We'll talk about the rest after I come out of seclusion." The hall immediately fell silent after he said that. There were no longer any sound waves or magical energy fluctuations. Yes, Sun and the others didn't dare to disobey and hurriedly accepted the order. The judge's last sentence made them even more nervous. What did he mean by "we must listen to Lord Li's orders"? Even if Fiend Supremacy Qi was here, he would not have such trust. "Lord Li, what are your orders?" the boy quickly asked. "Take some men to Shooting Star City," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. Help me keep an eye on the map of Binjiuan County and the Tianhan city of the Kuan tribe. Don't worry, sir, Z nodded. Leave this small matter to me. All right, Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you then. I'll be going to Shooting Star City with Master Hu in a few days. I hope there'll be good news. A few days. Could it be Zhenzhen? Yunxiao turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, You can go do your things in peace. We'll be heading to the Shooting Star City in at least 7 days to half a month. The convention will last for a month. Yes, you're right. It seems that your excellency has already discussed this matter with Lord Zhu, Z quickly replied. I'm relieved. Lord, you don't seem to be familiar with the terrain of the Devil World, so I'll try my best to collect as many things as possible about the map of the Devil World, and collect all the coordinates of the map. That's great, Yunxiao said happily. That's good. Red and I have been cultivating in seclusion in an extremely remote place. It's indeed our first time out of seclusion, so we're not familiar with many things. The young man did not dare to say anything more. He hurriedly asked his men to entertain Yunxiao and Xiaohong while he led a small team to Shooting Star City. Yunxiao and Xiaohong did not make any requests. They just returned to their secret chambers and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Yunxiao had also benefited a lot from the long talk with the referee. With his current understanding of the 12 divine beings' killing formation, as long as he had enough materials, he could refine a divine demon that was not weaker than the 12 black men. Yunxiao recalled what he had learned, then took out the smiling proud mortal dust fan and studied it carefully. This fan contained extremely strong fire and wind attributes. It itself was condensed from the sun's essence leaf in the abyss of the demon world. With one fan, it had the ability to overturn rivers and seas and destroy the world. He slowly caressed the fan, feeling the power of the golden leaf itself, as well as Mu Chen's exquisite technique. Soon, he was immersed in it and began to refine it. 10 days later, the originally sunny and blue sky suddenly rumbled. Black clouds invaded the sky from the horizon. As they moved, countless devil chi gathered in the sky above the Kuan tribe, and the earth shook violently. The entire Kuan tribe was hit by the impact, and a large number of rocks and stones were thrown up. A terrifying aura came from all directions, as if they had fallen into an ambush from all sides. Countless demonic beasts, birds, and all kinds of demons were rushing toward the Kuan tribe. All the martial artists in the entire Kuan tribe sensed the enemy's attack and panicked, running in all directions. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Do it according to the usual training in order. All of you maintain order. Under the loud rebukes of several demon lords, the chaotic situation in the tribe was finally suppressed. All the demons paled as they looked at the wave-like enemies. The tens of thousands of horses and soldiers were like a tide, shaking the earth and changing the color of the sky. Roar! The shape-splitting beast in front of the hall also stood up. Its hair stood on end, and a powerful aura emanated from its body. It roared toward the sky. The extremely powerful sound waves shook the entire hall, and even the entire Kuan tribe could feel it. However, as soon as they entered the sky, they were immediately annihilated by the violent demons without a single sound. In an instant, the entire valley where the Kuan tribe was located was completely surrounded by the demon army. A powerful formation pressed down from all four sides. The faces of the members of the Vatican tribe in the valley turned ashen and they trembled. The guards had been training hard on a daily basis, but at this moment, their minds were in a daze and they had forgotten everything. He stood there with his body supported by his courage. The difference between the two armies was like heaven and earth. It was not only in terms of numbers. Even the absolute experts had a few powerful auras coming from all directions. Their divine senses constantly swept through the valley, causing them to be frightened. Where's the support? Come out and meet us. A cold voice rang out in the sky. A black light appeared in front of the three armies, turning into the figure of a man. The man had a rough appearance and a full beard. His eagle eyes were cold and vicious as he stared at the main hall of the church. It was a pity that the hall's defense was too strong, and his divine sense could not penetrate it. However, he was not worried. This was because a few months ago, the Kuan tribe's every move had been under surveillance. The Kuan tribe hadn't left the tribe at all, so it must still be in the main hall. What will hiding solve the problem? TSK. TSK. I never knew that Richard is this kind of ostrich. The man couldn't help but sneer, his eyes full of ridicule. I'm the one who should be clicking my tongue. Lord Sure, your tribe has just been swallowed by someone and you've become a lackey of someone else. You seem very excited. The judge's mocking voice came from the hall. Immediately, the originally noisy valley suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes involuntarily looked over. A woman in a smoky-colored dress walked out of the hall. Her black hair was high and her figure was graceful. Her beautiful face was filled with calmness, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a confident smile, exuding a calm aura that made people feel at ease. The people of the Kuan tribe were originally terrified, but when they saw the tribe leader, they didn't know why. The fear in their hearts gradually dissipated, as if they were infected by his temperament and self-confidence. Sure stared at Richard for a while and said coldly, "You're finally willing to come out and die." Yi's gaze swept across the valley, as if he was looking for something. Her divine sense covered the entire valley in an instant, and only when she sensed Xianxia's aura did she breathe a sigh of relief and smile. "It's not certain who will die. Why are you the only lackey leading the charge? Impudent. You keep provoking me. It seems like you're really going to annihilate the entire clan," Shurjin said angrily. He sneered. "Don't try to act all high and mighty here. You're no longer the clan leader of the deceased clan. You're just a dog of a behind-the-scenes figure in front of the stage. What right do you have to decide the life and death of our division?" Dead Chi's hair and beard trembled. His eyes filled with hatred and anger, as if he would rush over and tear his spine apart in the next second. "Hey, why do you have to do this? You know you can't avoid it, but you're still trying to block it. Why do you seek your own death?" Another man's voice sounded beside Sure. The man had a thin body and a fair and handsome face. He looked at the referee calmly and said, "Didn't we share the same master back then? In the demon world, the strong preyed on the weak, and whoever was stronger would be the master. Our strength is inferior to others, so it's normal to be under others. It was the same back then, so what's there to be ashamed of?" "You're right," Richard sneered. "But I just can't stand those scumbags who act so arrogantly and overbearingly like dogs. You've really reached a new realm." "Wah!" Sure almost went crazy. The demonic chi on his body kept exploding like flames. If he didn't stop him, he would have killed him already. He looked at the referee, his eyes gradually turning cold as he advised, "No one is willing to be under someone else. However, the strong were respected, and that was the truth of the world. You had no choice but to obey, unless you can become strong enough to suppress the other party." "How do you know I can't?" he said coldly. He furrowed his brows and said, "Chi, in the past, the few of us had worked together in Darren Hua's tribe, and our strength was almost the same. I know that you've obtained a body made of rainbow stones over the years, and your strength may be slightly stronger than ours, but you're still dreaming if you want to resist that lord. If there was a chance, I wouldn't want to go back to the past. Back then, we got along quite well with each other. Now, I'm just trying to persuade you with kind words. As for whether you'll listen to my advice or not, it's all up to you." Looking at the sky full of devils, the judge was a little scared, but at the thought of the 12 divine beings killing Formation and Yunxiao in the valley, his courage and confidence were boosted. "No need to persuade me. I won't give up until I hit the wall this time." Yichang sighed and nodded. "However, you have such a backing. Even if you refuse to accept it now, with your alchemy skills, my lord will not kill you after he has subdued you." Yi's expression changed drastically. When he thought of being reduced to a specially refined slave, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and snorted, "From the looks of it, you've probably annexed quite a few other small tribes, right?" "Alas, it seems our tribe is the small tribe you spoke of." A long sigh was heard, and a demonic shadow appeared beside Sure and Yi. The woman's purple hair hung down to her waist, Her skin was smooth, and her figure was soft as if she had no bones. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and she was charming and moving. Rice! Yi's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth. No wonder I didn't hear from you. So you've also fallen. Yu sighed. I'm not as strong as you, so I naturally have to follow the rules of the game. Otherwise, I'll be courting my own death. TSK, you're not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for you. But why are you so stubborn this time? Could it be that you have a trump card? Yi didn't hide anything and nodded. You know me best. I've had some good fortune recently, so I wanted to give it a try. Mi looked into the valley and his eyes finally fell on Qi with your value. You'll be fine even if you're wrong. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for your tribe's Xianxia to survive. If I lose, I'll die with them. I won't live an ignoble life, he said seriously. Why bother? Mi sighed. You should be able to guess the current situation, right? Why don't we get back together as sisters and return to our old days? The judge's face changed slightly. He shook his head and said, Since you've said so, I more or less understand. There's no need to say any more. I can't go back to the past. If you want to fight, then let's fight. All the Kuan demons in the valley were stirred up. They were all affected by the fighting spirit of the church. They all held long spears in their hands and faced the outside of the valley with high fighting spirit. Shi's killing intent had long been unbearable, and he said coldly, If that's the case, then go to hell. He raised his hand and waved it down, shouting, Kill! He killed them all. Not a single one is left. Suddenly, the sound of war drums thundered in the sky, and a large number of devil birds flew down from the sky, like a locust plague, so dense that they were uncountable, diving into the valley. The surrounding demonic beasts, led by a portion of the demon lords, also roared at the sky and charged into the valley. In the midst of the four-sided siege, the referee became calmer and said coldly, You're looking for death. All members of the Kuan tribe, hear my order. Kill without mercy. Those who dare to invade, leave no one alive. The valley was instantly filled with light, which turned into pillars of light that shot into the sky. Those light pillars were extremely aggressive, like sharp spears, penetrating many enemies in an instant. When they touched the monsters, they exploded automatically, and huge light waves spread in the sky, stopping the momentum of the attack. A large number of demons were wandering around the valley, as if they didn't dare to rush in. A formation! That's a formation! A demon lord cried out in alarm as they looked fearfully outside the valley, their eyes sweeping around in horror. The demon race lacked alchemists, and there were very few people who knew about formations. As a result, before they could even rush into the valley, they had already lost many soldiers. Hundreds and thousands of demonic specters flew in the sky, all of which had fallen from the bodies of the exploded demons. Shi was so angry that he shouted at the other two. Are you guys just standing here and watching? Those who had attacked just now were all his subordinates, and not a single one from the Yi and Mi tribes had moved. We'll all follow Sir Deng's lead, Mi said. It's best not to act rashly before we receive the order to attack. Otherwise, if you make Her Excellency unhappy, you won't be able to bear the consequences. You coward! All right, when the time comes, I'll see who's the one who'll have to bear the consequences. All of you attack! Shi was furious and shouted. Those who don't move forward, those who cower in fear, kill without mercy. After he gave the order, his figure flickered and turned into a ray of light as he headed towards the referee. Roar! The shape-splitting beast opened its mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The terrifying sound waves stacked upon each other and attacked the demonic light that Shi had transformed into. The sky, which was in a daze, revealed its true form and tore the sound wave apart. His actual body leaped out from the void and arrived in front of Yi as soon as he landed. He extended his 5 fingers. The shape-splitting beast trembled, and a terrifying demonic chi was emitted. Its eyes shot out a fierce light, and its limbs tensed up as it dove down. The referee stopped him and patted his forehead. You go deal with the other demons and try to reduce the casualties within the race. I'll deal with this lackey. The form-splitting beast was unwilling to let it go. But after seeing the cold look in the judge's eyes, it wagged its tail and left the judge's side, charging towards the demons of the deceased tribe. How arrogant! You want to deal with me? Shi's face became ferocious, thinking of how the other party had constantly ridiculed him in front of all the demons. Not leaving him any face, Shi's killing intent rose even more, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. Humph! You'll know once you try. The referee waved his hand. Suddenly, a cold light flickered, and a red light appeared in front of him, slashing towards the 5 fingers. She held a small red sword in her jade-like hand. It was sharp and unstoppable. It seemed that every move would automatically trigger sword chi. Ha! Shi's pupils shrank as he immediately sensed the extraordinary sword chi. If he had grabbed it, he would have cut off all his fingers. He made a prompt decision and quickly retracted his hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Swish! The red light hit nothing but air, cutting a hole that was several feet long in the space. Watching the battle from a distance, E and Mi's expressions changed. Jen was shocked. What sword is that? It's so sharp. Mi shook her head, her face full of worry. Ningmu said in a deep voice, it seems that the Holy Church does have some trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to go against our clans and Lord Deng. After all, Lord Deng was the son of Lord Hua's first wife, and his strength is no less than that of Lord Hua. It's useless even if you have a few trump cards, sighed Milong. He also forced a smile, shaking his head with a dejected look. A trace of hope flashed in his eyes, but it turned into a dead silence again. After disappearing from the battlefield, he reappeared behind E in the next moment. He activated his demonic technique and punched out fiercely. Humph! A lackey can only sneak attack. Yi's divine sense was extremely strong, and he caught his trail in an instant. Without turning his body, he stabbed his sword in reverse. Bang! The small red sword emitted a sword light and pierced through the fist force. Swish! Shi's fist was cut open and his entire arm exploded, turning into dozens of demonic fiends that escaped. At the same time, his fist force also passed through the sword chi and hit the Kuin's body. Bang! A layer of white suddenly appeared on Chi's body, instantly wrapping around the force and disappearing in a swirl. What? The people watching the battle were all shocked. E, on the other hand, had gained the upper hand with a small sword and armor. Yi's heart couldn't help but burn. He licked his lips and said, no wonder that Lord values her so much. To be able to refine such a profound weapon, it is truly amazing. Mi's face was filled with shock. Although she knew that E was an alchemist, she did not expect her to be able to refine a profound-level weapon that could resist a second-grade demon lord. This was an extremely sensational event in the entire devil realm. After the first exchange, he understood that he was at a disadvantage. If he continued to fight, the gap would only get bigger and bigger, and he might even lose his life here. He suddenly turned around and was about to leave, not forgetting to curse. You bitch! I'll let Sir Deng personally deal with you later. Who allowed you to leave? The referee's eyes turned cold. A lackey! With a wave of her hand, the 5 fingers of her left hand spread open, and a blinding light shot out. Half of the sky was illuminated, and it was difficult to open one's eyes. What made Shi even more frightened was that under the light, his body actually froze and the demonic chi in his body was difficult to circulate. Although this state only lasted for a breath's time, it was already fatal enough. The small red sword in Chi's right hand flew out and shot into his head with a chi sound, directly cutting off his head. Bang! Shi didn't even have time to scream before his neck exploded, and a large amount of demonic chi scattered. At the same time, their bodies began to degrade, turning into low-level demons that scattered in all directions. E and Mi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stood there in a daze. The two of them, who were almost on par with each other, had lost one of their members in an instant. The visual impact was too shocking, making the two of them unable to come back to their senses for a long time. They were like 2 statues standing quietly in the sky. Not only the two of them but all the demons in the two tribes were the same. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the referee. After Qi had succeeded, he just coldly glanced at Yi and me, then flew down and rushed into the battle in the valley to help his people kill the dead demons. Instantly, the battle became completely one-sided, and the dead were left with the fate of being slaughtered. When they discovered that their clan leader was dead, it was already too late. Some people with foresight realized that the situation was not right and immediately fled out of the valley. Other than 3 or 4 demon lords who had managed to escape, the rest had all been killed in the valley. Not a single one had survived. The Yi and Mi tribes were quietly watching from the outside of the valley, not making any movements. Clearly, Sir Deng had yet to give any orders to the two clans. The entire slaughter process lasted for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Although the members of the Kuan army were panting from the killing, each of them had consumed a lot of energy, but they were still extremely happy, and their faces were filled with joy. The fear from before was completely swept away, and their morale was unprecedentedly high. Some of the troops even began to shout the name Holy See in excitement. After the judge killed the two, he became more confident. He pointed his sword at Yi and me and shouted, "Who else wants to come up?" Yi and me looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Even now, they had not received any news of Deng, so they did not know if they should advance or retreat. Moreover, the two of them had a good relationship with the referee, so they naturally would not attack without orders. Very good, very good. Clapping sounds suddenly came from the void. Clap, clap, clap. E and Mi's faces changed. They bowed in the direction of the sound. "Greetings, Sir Deng," the two of them said in unison as they stood to the side respectfully. Waves slowly rippled in the air as a young man with handsome facial features and an arrogant temperament walked out. He stared at the referee with a cold face and a hint of ridicule. "You refined those two treasures?" The referee stared warily at the person in front of him. It was said that he was the son of the first wife, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. He coldly snorted, "What does it have to do with you whether it's true or not? Hihi. You really have a unique personality. I'll teach you a good lesson after I take you down." Deng sneered. "What big words?" The judge shouted angrily. He waved the small sword in his hand and immediately slashed out a sky full of sword shadows. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. Deng's expression was cold as he suddenly took out a pitch-black rod and waved it in front of him. It immediately transformed into a spherical light barrier to protect himself. The dense sword shadows shot over and struck the light shield, but they only caused ripples. Deng commanded the demonic army and laughed evilly. "Everyone, attack!" Raised the entire valley to the ground. Deafening roars immediately came from all around the valley. The demons' violent emotions and energy surged in the world. E and Mi's faces changed at the same time. "AI, I'm sorry. The king's orders cannot be disobeyed." The two of them immediately deployed their tribes and began to attack the valley. Boom, boom, boom. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere as thousands of beasts ran wildly on the ground, charging into the valley. The formations set up by the Kuan tribe were all activated in an instant. Demonic chi filled the air as demonic sounds exploded in all directions. The church was shocked and looked down, only to see that their own tribe couldn't withstand the attack at all and was being routed on a large scale. Many of the familiar faces instantly turned into demonic spirits under the impact of the army, and the sky was filled with chaotic cries. "Humph! You still have the mind to care about others?" Deng's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Yi was shocked as he realized that his slight distraction had given Deng the opportunity to teleport behind him. A heavy pressure hit his mind, and he immediately knew that the stick was coming. The referee didn't have time to turn around. He grabbed the sword with one hand and stabbed behind him. Swish! The space was pierced open, and the sword momentum was pushed back. It was a fighting style that would cause both sides to suffer. However, he had no choice. It was already too late to dodge, and he could only hope to injure the other party. Bang! The shadow of the black stick finally fell and hit a place a few inches behind the referee's head. A mirror light flashed out and condensed into a light armor, blocking the black stick. A huge light burst out, and although the judge had the jade mirror to protect him, he still felt his mind go blank. His entire body was sent flying, and he saw stars. The small sword only scratched Deng's skin and left a crack in his chest before sliding through. Killing intent burst out from Deng's eyes. He wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He threw the stick into the air and quickly made a hand seal. The black stick suddenly grew 10 times bigger and chased after him like a small mountain. Bang! Yi was hit by the giant stick again, and the Luan mirror burst out with an intense light to protect her vital points, but she was still smashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom! The giant stick pressed down on Yi and stabbed into the ground. The ground was constantly torn apart, and the stick only stopped after it had sunk dozens of feet deep. It was like a strange tombstone that was inserted into the valley. Yi and me both looked over, their expressions changing. However, they didn't show much emotion, only a trace of sadness in their eyes. Tens of thousands of miles above the valley, Yunxiao and Xiaohong stood side by side, looking down quietly. "This Deng is very strong," Xiaohong suddenly said. Yunxiao nodded slightly. "His power is a little strange. It seems that he can't control it. But I can't deny that it is indeed very strong." "Brother Yunxiao?" Xiaohong asked. If Brother Yunxiao were to fight him, who would win? Yunxiao smiled and did not comment. A huge tremor suddenly came from the ground below. The ground around the stick cracked continuously, and a terrifying power burst out from the ground. Deng's expression changed. He appeared beside the iron rod in a flash and slammed his palm on the top. The iron rod continued to be inserted into the ground with a rumbling sound. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out, and 2 pitch-black demonic figures charged into the air from around the metal cudgel. They transformed into demonic spirits as they reached out to grab Deng. What the hell is this?" Deng was taken aback. He raised his staff and dodged. However, the 2 demonic gods also changed their movement techniques and chased after him with strange steps. Reinforcements? That's impossible. Yi and me were also shocked as they had been monitoring the Vatican for a long time. Apart from Yunxiao and Xiaohong, no one else had entered the room. Could it be the 2 injured people? While the demon lords were guessing, the ground suddenly exploded one after another. 10 terrifying demonic lights shot into the sky and turned into giants in the air. His sharp gaze swept over Deng's army, and without saying a word, he slapped his hands towards the army. Boom! A fiendish god's palm slammed into the ground like a mountain, directly flattening a hill. A few low-level magical beasts on the hill were directly smacked into demonic chi and dissipated on the ground. "What? This is a swan and eye puppet!" Mii cried out in shock as he looked at the 10 demonic gods and the 2 that were chasing after him. In the devil world, profound-level weapons were extremely rare, not to mention this kind of puppet that was like a human and a dragon, which made them feel a sense of panic. Mi was shocked and muttered to himself, "No wonder Xianxia was so stubborn and dared to take the risk. She actually had such a trump card." Mi raised her head in shock and saw that behind the 10 demonic gods, Qi had appeared from the ground. It stood with its hands forming hand seals to control the movements of the 12 demonic gods. Yi's expression was cold. He was indeed injured by Deng's rod. His clothes were covered in dust, and he looked extremely disheveled. But at this moment, her entire body was exuding killing intent, and it was obvious that she was truly angry. The form-splitting beast was right below her, constantly attacking the devils that were rushing in from all directions, protecting her. So it's a puppet. After retreating tens of thousands of feet away, he circled around the 2 demonic gods for a while, only to discover that they were not living beings. Although his mouth was full of sarcasm, the shock in his heart was indescribable. A mere puppet wants to fight with this lord? Go to hell. Deng raised his metal cudgel and swung it at the 2 fiend gods with the force of sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Bang! The 2 demonic gods were struck by the metal cudgel, and their demonic light trembled as they were forced back dozens of steps. The judge also suffered the backlash from the impact of the giant rod. He could not help but groan, and a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. If the 12 fiend gods attacked him together, he would almost certainly win. However, at this moment, Deng's army was besieging the valley, and his clansmen were obviously no match for them. They had to send 10 demonic gods to guard the valley in all directions in order to turn defeat into victory. Their greatest hope now was for the 10 demonic gods to quickly defeat Deng Zhi's army and then kill him. Deng had also noticed this problem, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Everyone, attack. No retreat. Those who retreat will die. He had to let the army stall the 10 fiend gods for him, and then he would break them one by one. An extremely powerful baleful aura exuded from his body, and a strange bestial roar came from his mouth. He continued to strike at the 2 fiend gods with the iron rod. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks forced the divine fiend to retreat continuously, and cracks even began to appear on his body. On the ground, the Yi and Mi tribes weren't the only ones in Deng's army. There were also many other tribes that were fighting to be the first to charge forward and attack the 10 demonic gods. The fierce battle spread all around the valley. Large groups of demons were like moths to a flame. They were instantly annihilated when they rushed toward the fiendish god, but they still continued to advance one after another fearlessly. Xiao Hong stared at the battlefield for a while and said, "How tragic! I wonder who the final victor is." Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was silent. He sighed and said, "Yi's talent is not bad, but he has only been controlling the divine fiend for a short time. Controlling 12 at the same time was a huge test for her. And in such a complicated situation, I'm afraid that the 12 divine fiends will be destroyed." He was full of worry. The demon race killing each other, although tragic, was not enough to move him. On the other hand, the 12 perfect profound level weapons that Mu Chun had left behind made him feel bad. "I think the church will eventually call for our help," Xiao Hong sneered. Yun Xiao looked away from the battlefield, and his eyes suddenly turned a little cloudy, as if he was looking at somewhere in the endless void. That might not be true. However, the key to victory and defeat may not be on the battlefield. Xiao Hong was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if she had understood something, her eyes darkened and she became somewhat vigilant. Have I been discovered? TSK. I suddenly feel so ashamed. In the void in front of them, gasps of surprise could be heard. Then, ripples spread in the sky, and a throne slowly appeared. A man sat on the throne with a cold smile on his face as he looked at the two. Yun Xiao's face changed as he said in a deep voice, "Demon Commander! Could it be one of the 8 demon supremacies?" Xiao Hong gasped in shock. The man's eyes were smiling as he stood up from the throne and elegantly greeted, "You too can call me Yen. Woof." As expected, he is one of the 8 great demon venerables. "I've always suspected that you're behind this," Yun Xiao said expressionlessly. "Now it seems that I'm right." "Oh? In that case, she clearly knows that I'm behind her but still dares to be so presumptuous. She really doesn't put me in her eyes." "It's not that I don't care," Yun Xiao said. "It's just that no one wants to be under anyone. If there's a chance, I'll still try." He nodded and said, "These 12 puppets are truly impressive. With such power, the Holy See should have been able to expand the clan to become a clan second only to the 8 honor demons. However, she was really able to endure it. A little girl actually had such a deep scheme. If it wasn't for this incident, I really wouldn't have known that she was hiding such power." His eyes flashed with a fierce look as he stared at Yi's figure. His expression was uncertain, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "Yi is not hiding its power. It has just activated the 12 fiend gods." He naturally wouldn't explain and only asked, "Then what is Lord Devil Emperor thinking now?" The judge's eyes returned to Yun Xiao, and he suddenly put on a strange smile. I originally wanted to spread the news of you entering the Devil Realm so that Ji and the others would come and hunt you down, making the Devil Realm more interesting. I never would have thought that you would actually enter my territory." "What?" Yun Xiao's face flickered. You know we've entered the Devil Realm? Yi laughed. This seat has always been in Xianxia Mountain. From the moment you stepped into Xianxia Mountain to the moment you killed a large number of world-devouring demons. Then you fought with you. This seat has seen everything with my own eyes. Looking at the shocked Yunxiao and Xiao Hong, he sneered and said, Don't you find it strange that I didn't do anything? If this seat were to make a move in Xianxia Mountain, none of you four would be able to survive. Yunxiao nodded with a solemn expression. Although he did not agree with the statement that none of them could survive, the four of them would indeed be in big trouble if the referee had made a move at that time. He suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! Why would I do that? At least give me a reason for me to make a move. Yunxiao and Xiao Hong were both stunned. Because I'm from the Heavenly Martial Realm, and the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, Yunxiao said. And you are the Demon Lord of the Demon Race. Just these two identities are enough to make us mortal enemies. Sworn enemy? Ha. The judge laughed unscrupulously as he looked at Yunxiao coldly and said with a mocking look, You didn't kill my people, and we didn't even have any contact before you entered the devil world. Why did you become mortal enemies? Yunxiao's heart jolted as he suddenly remembered something. Why did the demonic tribe invade the realm of heavenly martial arts? This question was also one of the things he wanted to figure out when he entered the demon world. At the Holy Sea's level, they might not know, but the Holy See would definitely know something. As expected, Yi's expression changed drastically, and a cold glint shot out of his eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. It's better to know as little as possible. The more you know, the less you'll live, he said coldly. Yunxiao frowned. Is this also a secret? He asked. Is this also a secret? What's the reason for keeping it a secret? The referee snorted coldly and said, Stop asking. Anyway, you don't need to know. Even if you don't tell me, Yunxiao sneered. I believe we can find out eventually. The referee's expression changed several times. In the end, he let out a cold snort and changed the topic. Who's that holy demon with you? And why are you going to the ice region Yuan County? I don't think there's a need for you to know about these things, Yunxiao said with a smile. Lord Qi, I don't think you need to know about them. The referee's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, So, you don't want to live anymore? Of course I want to continue living. Who in this world would complain about their long life? But does this have anything to do with you, my lord? Yunxiao was not afraid of his gaze at all. He looked at him coldly, and there was no fear in his eyes. Richard's face darkened as he stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha. Good. I like your personality. Let G and the others have a headache. I really want to see them scratching their heads and beating their chests after being ground by you. Yunxiao was slightly surprised. The demon commander seemed to be out of place with the others, at least not on the same front. If that was the case, then it wouldn't hurt for him to be polite in case he made another enemy, which would be detrimental to the entire heavenly martial arts realm. So far, the biggest impression he had of the Devil Realm on this trip was that the Devil Realm was like the heavenly martial arts realm. They were not united, but divided into many different forces. Furthermore, these powers were mutually restraining each other. This was undoubtedly a great thing for the realm of heavenly martial arts. The referee waved his hand and said, You guys can go. I won't kill you for now. However, you must be careful on your way to Yuan County. His eyes were full of ridicule, as if this series of events was like a game in his eyes. At this moment, the referee's cry of surprise came from below. Lord Li, quickly help me. It turned out that although Yi was not familiar with controlling the 12 divine fiends, and could not unleash the full power of the divine fiends, it was enough to deal with the siege of the army and withstand Deng's powerful and fierce attacks at the same time. However, the 12 divine fiends were too powerful at devouring divine sense. By this point in the battle, she had already felt exhausted and her eyes were starting to get dizzy. His originally full mental energy was now like water at the bottom of a well, almost dried up. If his mental energy ran out and he couldn't control the 12 divine beings, the good situation he was in would collapse instantly. Not only her, but the entire Kuan tribe would be finished. Therefore, the referee had no choice but to ask Xianxia for help. However, when the referee looked up, he saw the referee's slender figure. He could not help but tremble and cry out, "Master Referee!" This glance almost made her lose her mind. The control of the 12 divine fiends immediately became more chaotic. Deng immediately seized the opportunity and saw Qi in the sky. He was overjoyed and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Now you know that you're dead for sure? My backer is the referee." He laughed wildly, and his voice spread across the entire battlefield using the sound wave combat technique. The Deng tribe army and the Kuan tribe people raised their heads in shock. They saw the supreme figure in the sky, an existence that they would never be able to reach. The sound of people taking in cold breaths rose and fell in succession, all of them extremely shocked. To the people of the two armies, it was undoubtedly a clash of fire and ice. Deng Dejun immediately cheered, and his momentum suddenly rose. On the other hand, the members of the Kuan clan felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, and their eyes were filled with despair. Even though he was standing beside the 10 fiend gods and the situation was looking good, he only felt his hands and feet turn cold as if he could see a tragic end. Yomi and Mi looked at each other in shock, but it was as if they had expected this. Previously, everyone had guessed that Yi was behind Deng, but they had never seen him before, so they could only keep this guess to themselves. Now that they saw each other, they no longer had any doubts. Their hearts also became firm, and they no longer had any intention of rebelling. The two of them immediately commanded their tribe's army to attack fiercely, no longer remembering their old friendship. In their eyes, the appearance of the Holy See meant that the balance of the war had been tipped. It wasn't just a tilt, but a direct conclusion. Deng was overjoyed. Taking advantage of Yi's state of mind, he cracked the two gods, causing the demonic qi in Yi's body to roll. He hurriedly commanded the gods to retreat. However, Deng did not give up and continued to press forward. Helpless, Yi could only summon 2 more demonic gods from the valley to block Deng with the strength of 4. In this way, the valley, which was not optimistic to begin with, became even more precarious, and a large area of the formation was lost. The battle circle of the Radiant Church continued to shrink. Guiyi laughed and looked down coldly. "This brat is really cunning. He used my name to intimidate others, and it actually worked." Xianxia laughed. "I don't think this is a fox exploiting a tiger's might. You are indeed with them. He did not take advantage of your power. Besides, if that person is no match for you, you'll still have to make a move in the end." The referee crossed his arms in front of him and nodded. "You're right. Now that that little girl is asking you for help, are you going to turn around and leave? Or are you going to stay and die?" Hearing the conversation between the two, the referee became anxious and hurriedly said, "Lord Li, I beg you to save my tribe for the sake of my master, Mu Chun." Yunxiao's face flickered. Even if it was not for the mirror, he could not sit back and do nothing now that the referee had mentioned Mu Chun. Although Mu Chun had passed away many years ago, Yunxiao had always admired him, and he had benefited a lot from the treasures he had left behind. The judge had been staring at Yunxiao's face, and when he saw the complicated look on his face, he could not help but sneer and say, "I think you're slowly walking in the direction of death." Yunxiao raised his eyes and gave him a look. He seemed to have made up his mind, but instead, he became relaxed and nodded. "Master who is indeed smart, you saw through it with one look." The referee's expression changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "You're not an unwise person. Do you really intend to stay and die?" Yunxiao laughed. "That's too harsh. What, dead or not? I don't like to hear that." The judge's face darkened. He stared at him for a while and said, "I'm suddenly starting to hate you." Yunxiao laughed and said, "No way. Didn't we have a good time? I was just now, but I'm not anymore." Louis shook his head. "Then it's a swan and I now," Yunxiao said. The referee suddenly raised his hand, and without any warning, he condensed a palm and fiercely slapped it over, shouting, "I'm sending you to your death now." Boom, boom, boom. Half of the sky was shattered by the demon's palm. The place where Yunxiao and Xiaohong were standing exploded in an instant, blasting out a huge nebula. The surrounding space caved in and collapsed into the nebula. The judge's heart trembled and his face turned pale. In an instant, she seemed to have suddenly realized something. The man in front of her was a man who stood at the peak of the devil world, one of the 8 great devil venerables who could command the world. What ability did she have to actually dare to confront such a man? Ha ha ha! Deng laughed maniacally as he attacked the 4 demonic gods in a frenzy while mocking. You really don't know your own place. I gave you face but you didn't want it. Now you've been killed by Master Yi. Ha ha! How embarrassing! After being struck by his palm, his expression didn't relax. Instead, he looked down. After Deng Zheng was done with his sarcasm, he suddenly heard a man's voice beside him. Big brother, are you talking about me? Startled, Deng jumped away like a grasshopper and turned around in horror, only to see Yun Xiao looking at him with a smile. Xiao Hong's face was a little pale. She stood behind Yun Xiao, but she did not look him in the eye. Instead, she raised her head alertly and looked at the judge in the sky. Why aren't you dead yet? Deng exclaimed in shock. While he was distracted, the 4 fiendish gods joined forces to attack him. The powerful qi stacked on top of each other, forcing him to retreat in horror and not dare to approach. Yun Xiao scolded with a smile. You stupid bird, which eye of yours saw that I'm dead? This Bayan. Deng was a little surprised. Even he might not be able to dodge the sneak attack from Yi. He would most likely be severely injured. He didn't expect this man to strike so easily and without anyone knowing. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. This was because his opponent was one of the 8 most powerful experts of the devil world, and there was no possibility of him losing. Humph, even if he's not dead now, he'll most likely be dead in the next moment. Deng calmed himself down and sneered. Yun Xiao gave him a cold look, then said to Xiao Hong, I'll leave this person to you. You and Yi will work together to kill him. Xiao Hong's expression changed slightly. She glanced at the house not far away and snorted. I'm not interested in going with that stupid woman. Leave this person to me. Although Richard's expression was ugly, Xiao Hong was still helping him, so he kindly reminded her. This person is extremely powerful. You must not underestimate him. I know what I'm doing, Xiao Hong snorted. Just mind your own business and don't cause us any more trouble. Yi's expression was extremely ugly, but he was grateful in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, Then be careful, Sir Hong. After saying that, Yi summoned the 4 demonic gods back and rushed into the valley. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. Xiao Hong's temper was indeed a little hot. After all, she was once a celestial venerable who controlled several major forces of the overseas aristocratic families in the realm of heavenly martial arts. She had her own tyrannical aura, which made it difficult for her to get along with others. Be careful. This person is definitely not ordinary, he said. Xiao Hong nodded and said, Don't worry, big brother Yun Xiao. I know what I'm doing. Even if he couldn't defeat them, the difference wouldn't be too great. After all, he's been fighting for a long time, and his strength is far from what it was before. Yun Xiao nodded. Just do your best. Don't fall too deep. Seeing that he was concerned about her, Xiao Hong felt an indescribable sweetness and happiness in her heart. She nodded her head heavily and said, I will take care of myself. Big brother Yun Xiao. Don't force it. Yun Xiao nodded. Then with a flash, he appeared in the sky higher than the phoenix. You've said your last words? The referee asked. Yun Xiao spread out his arms and crossed them in front of him, stretching his muscles and bones, and then pressing down on his waist. I think there should be a more secure way to solve this problem. For example, we can sit down and have a cup of tea to talk. You're right, Lewis nodded. But unfortunately, the people of the devil realm never drink tea, only eat fists. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already pounced on her, pressing so hard that the air creaked, as if his nails were desperately scratching on frosted glass. Yun Xiao felt his eardrums hurt, but in the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in front of him and punched him. Under the strong wind, the space was shattered layer by layer. It was as if there were fist forces coming from all directions. The terrifying momentum seemed to be planning to end his life with one punch. Boom! Yunxiao's body shattered in an instant, but the shattered body turned into lightning and crackled all over the sky before he disappeared. Yunxiao did not dare to be careless in the face of the demon. As such, he was only able to dodge the surprise palm strike from Yi and the punch from Yi because he was prepared. Originally, at the demon commander's level, he wouldn't do such a thing as a sneak attack because of his dignity. However, the law of the jungle in the demon world was more cruel and realistic. There was only the law of the jungle, and there was no need to resort to any means. Back at Xianxia Mountain, Yi was ambushed by Yu Tsong's fist from the void and was seriously injured. Therefore, Yunxiao had been on high alert since the appearance of the qi, and he did not dare to relax even a little. Humph! The judge grunted, knowing some of Yunxiao's tricks. After all, he had witnessed the battle of Xianxia Mountain with his own eyes. In addition, he had also received a lot of news and rumors about the Battle of Red Moon City. It was precisely because Yunxiao was a difficult man to deal with that he did not want to make a move. Instead, he planned to spread the news and let the other tribes get involved in this mess so that he could secretly benefit from it. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect Yunxiao to come directly to his tribe and get involved in the affairs of the Kuan tribe. Come out! Is this how you hide in your battle with me? The judge looked around and found that hundreds of feet away, the void was full of flashing thunderbolts, and Yunxiao's figure kept appearing and disappearing. At the same time, over 100 clones appeared, making it impossible for him to tell which one was real and which one was fake. I know you can control a 6 paths demonic weapon. Show me all your trump cards, or you won't be qualified to fight me. Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he flicked his finger. A stream of demonic qi shot out with a whooshing sound, shooting towards a body of lightning. This was because when he shouted, the energy fluctuation in the body could not help but jump. Although it was extremely weak and insignificant in the sky of lightning, it was still captured by Yi's sharp senses. Bang! When the power of the finger shot into the thunder, Yunxiao's face was filled with shock, and his eyes widened in horror. As expected. Die! Yi's face was filled with joy. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and absorbed all the demonic qi in the surroundings. He turned it into a full moon in the air and slashed out. Swish! The moment Yueluin made its move, his expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. That was because the lightning body in front of him suddenly revealed a smile and its body slowly spread out. It was obviously fake. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from behind Yi. Even the heart of the demon lord trembled. 6 paths demonic weapon. The referee did not need to turn his head to know that Yunxiao must have used the 6 Dao's demonic weapon to sneak attack him from behind. What's the use of having a demonic weapon but not powerful strength? He roared and opened his palm. 5 beads appeared in his palm. The beads spun around and formed a circle, forming a demonic seal. Then he slapped it behind him. Why don't you just give me the MO weapon? The 5-jeweled seal pressed behind him and with a few bangs, it locked onto Alai's Xuanzong, locking him in place. At the same time, Yi's body moved forward and his 5 fingers grabbed the handle of the battle axe. Even though he had cultivated for countless years and his state of mind was stable after becoming a demon commander, he could not hide the excitement and joy in his eyes when he grabbed the 6 paths demonic weapon. But in just a moment, the Dharma will appeared in Yunxiao's left hand, and it came slashing at him with thousands of birds chirping. Yi's eyes opened, and a strange light flickered in his demonic eyes. It directly turned into 2 waves of light that surged over. Bang! The light shot out and shook the AMO wheel. The demon weapon couldn't cut down. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. It was a sneak attack, but he was forced into a passive position. The man in front of him was indeed a demon lord. He grinned and raised his left hand. He kept making hand seals and said coldly, "Be careful. This move will send you to hell." As he formed a hand seal, beads appeared around him. They seemed to be arranged in an orderly manner, forming a rectangular formation. World Dominator Strike. The referee shouted and the seal flew over. The array of beads then rose up and fell down like a shower of rain. Xianxia was taken aback. He immediately summoned his 3 heads and 6 arms and quickly performed incantations. A crisp sound suddenly rang out from the 2 demonic weapons, and a vortex appeared beside Xianxia, like a dark cloud. The referee's expression changed slightly, as if he had sensed an inexplicable danger. He increased the power in his hand and struck down wildly. Xianxia opened his eyes, and a gleam of enlightenment flashed in them as he shouted, "Star Jade Explosion!" The 2 demonic weapons trembled violently, as if they were about to be detonated by the power of the Star Jade. Xiao Hong, who was fighting below, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat as she revealed a look of shock. Boom, boom, boom. Yi's all-out attack landed on the Demon Master's ultimate skill, and it was like a pair of fists hitting an iron plate. Bang, 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 bang. The array beads exploded one by one, blasting out rings of light waves. The 2 of them were hit by a terrifying force at the same time and were sent flying. The demonic light shot up into the sky and pierced through the heavens. Yi's expression was extremely ugly as he revealed a look of disbelief. He was sent flying more than 1,000 feet away by the impact before he was able to forcibly stabilize himself. As for Xianxia, he was sent flying like a cannonball and disappeared without a trace. After rushing out for thousands of feet, the lightning flashed on his body and disappeared, taking the initiative to disappear. Yi's face darkened and he became alert. He said in a cold voice, "Hiding and hiding is not what the strong should do. The winner takes all. In my eyes, there are only winners and losers. There are no weaklings or powerhouses." A rebuttal was heard, but the sound waves came from all directions. After each word was transmitted, the next syllable came from a completely incomprehensible range. After he finished speaking, Fengdu failed to find Yunxiao's hiding place. "Come out and take another move from me," he said angrily. "The reason." This time it was only 2 simple words, and it was also unknown where it came from. "If you can take one of my moves," the referee said, "I'll forget about the Kuan tribe matter and leave. From now on, we will let the Kuan tribe live and die on its own, and we will not interfere." The attack from the 2 of them just now was earth-shattering, and almost everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. Everyone was shocked by Yi's words, and they all had different thoughts. The judge was overjoyed, but she was also worried about whether Xianxia could withstand her attack. Now, it seemed that Xianxia was completely at a disadvantage. If he was confident of winning, he would not have to hide. Deng, on the other hand, had a dark expression, hatred flashing in his eyes, his thoughts unknown. Yomi and Mi had complicated expressions as they looked up at the sky. But the strength of Yi and Xianxia was unpredictable, and they could only look up to them. Peepa! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed somewhere, and Xianxia materialized out of the void, staring coldly at the phoenix. The moment he appeared, he was directly locked on by the other party's divine sense, making it difficult for him to escape. But he knew that since the church had made a promise, they would not attack him again. Yunxiao's appearance surprised the judge. He sneered and said, "Hey, you're really arrogant. You must have been injured quite badly by that blow just now, right? What right do you have to block one of my moves?" Yunxiao patted the dust off his body and said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that, Lord Hu." Everyone in the tribe had heard what he had just said. "We'll use one move as the limit to settle the matter of the Kuan tribe." The judge frowned. He had planned to goad Yunxiao into coming out and then kill him with one move. Now, it seemed that the other party was full of confidence. It was unknown where he got such confidence to say that he could block the Demon Venerable's attack. Furthermore, the explosion of the Star Jade had definitely left him heavily injured, and he probably wouldn't be able to use his 6 paths demonic weapon. It would be a fool's dream to take one of his attacks. An arrow at the end of its flight. Guiyi laughed. "You can't beat him with your fists, so you want to use schemes?" Yunxiao turned his wrist and said with a smile, "Think whatever you want." "All right, one move it is then." Yi's face sank and he immediately made a decision. He raised his hand and gathered a large number of black beads around him again. which jumped up and down. The radius of the bead was several times larger than before, and its power had also increased by several times. The surrounding space seemed to have become a domain, and it was completely under his control. Without saying a word, Xianxia raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a claw. A burst of sword qi shot out from his body and condensed into a dense mass in his palm, emitting a faint cold intent. The judge's pupils shrank as he stared at the ball of sword qi. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking manner, but he did not take it seriously. But Xianxia's face began to look pained. As more and more sword energy condensed in his palm, he not only grimaced in pain, but also trembled uncontrollably. The referee's gaze finally turned serious. Although the mass of white sword qi was illusory, there seemed to be a small sword slowly forming inside it. A terrifying sword intent began to spread. Then purple lightning began to appear outside the sword qi. It turned into electric snakes that jolted into the void, as if it was fleeing in a sorry state from the sword light. The judge's face finally changed when he saw the small sword turn 3 feet and 7 inches long in Xianxia's palm, blue and white like the moon. The sword wasn't real. Although it was just a shadow, it emitted a magnificent light, as if it was an emperor that ruled the world. What kind of sword is that? His body trembled. Under the might of the sword, he actually felt a little afraid. It was a fear that had not appeared for many years. This sword seemed to be in danger of splitting him apart. What shocked him even more was that the sword's power was still rising, as if it was going to solidify from its illusory state. At this moment, the sword qi had already turned into a torrent, flowing in the sky. It spread out with Xianxia at the center. All the demons' expressions changed drastically. They all stood inside and outside the valley in fear, as if they didn't even dare to move. The battle between Xiaohong and Deng had also ended, and Xiaohong was looking at Xianxia with a worried look. She knew the power of the sword, and she also knew that Xianxia's condition would drop to the extreme after that, and it would take a long time for him to recover. "Stop!" the judge suddenly shouted, and a look of shame flashed across his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's no need to test this move. With this sword power, it can definitely withstand my divine ability. From now on, I won't interfere with the affairs of the Kuan tribe and will leave them to their own devices." As soon as he said that, everyone inside and outside the valley was shocked. Deng Gung panicked and hurriedly said, "Lord Chu, please." Swan Nu glared at him and snorted coldly. He then withdrew the divine power, and the demonic pearls that filled the sky turned into qi and dispersed. Deng Yi's face turned ashen. He knew that once the referee said that, he would no longer care about the affairs of the referee department. Xiao's face was pale at the moment. He hurriedly dispersed the sword light in his hand, but he still could not bear the backlash brought by the sword force. A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, but he swallowed it forcibly, so as not to show weakness in front of the judge. Richard's face was dark as he stared at him for a while and said, "What was that sword just now?" "You don't need to know?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "You don't need to know." These words seemed to be within the referee's expectations. He nodded and said, "You're a terrifying opponent. Before that sword qi appeared, I didn't even consider you a true opponent. But from now on, you are." "Thank you for the compliment," Xianxia snorted. "I'm not flattering you, but you're indeed qualified. However, you might not be able to withstand that sword just now, right? Even if I just barely manage to do it, I'll only be able to use one sword strike if I go all out." "So what if I did?" Xianxia said. "You're the one who lost now." He grunted and left with a flick of his sleeve. He stepped into the void with a few steps, and his figure gradually faded until he disappeared. The demons inside and outside the valley looked at this scene in a daze, seemingly unable to react. Their greatest support, Demon Lord Qi, had left just like that. All of a sudden, a clear voice resounded through the heaven and earth. He raised his arm and shouted, "The Dangbi's momentum is gone, and those who surrender can be spared from death. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Boom, boom, boom. She shouted loudly, and 12 demonic gods descended to the ground at the same time, stepping out of the valley. The fiend god's huge hand clenched into a fist and rained down on the Deng tribe. In an instant, everyone came back to their senses. The mood and morale immediately reversed, and the valley was filled with jubilation and excitement. They shouted and rushed out of the valley. The army of Deng tribe was immediately defeated and fled out of the valley. Dengzi's expression changed drastically, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled. Suddenly, two extremely powerful attacks flew from the front and turned into two tornadoes of light. They instantly merged and formed a light curtain that cut off the road in front. It was E and me. Deng's expression changed drastically. "You want to betray us?" he shouted angrily. E said indifferently, "The winner takes it all. Now that you've lost, how can the two of us still be willing to be your subordinates? You guys want to learn how to be a referee too? But do you have the ability? Don't forget that master who only stopped caring about the affairs of the Vatican, but he never said that he would let you traitors go." The two's expressions changed. Me suddenly said, "This is actually very easy to deal with. As long as we join the Kuan tribe and serve Kuan as the clan leader, it will be fine." "What?" Deng's jaw dropped and he roared. "You'd rather serve that girl as your master than be my subordinate?" Me nodded and smiled. "The two of us have a deep understanding of the Gu and we have some old feelings. And you? We've had enough of such overbearing orders and pressure." He looked at the light chasing from the distance and the graceful figure. He suddenly had mixed feelings and said, "Lord Kuei, are you willing to accept our two tribes? From now on, you will be our leader." The referee had already heard their conversation and was overjoyed. "You're extremely welcome." E and me heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they poured their energy into the light curtain and surrounded Deng. "There's no place for you in this world." He looked at Deng coldly. "Ha ha ha." Deng suddenly burst into laughter as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He glared at the three of them with a face full of hatred and said, "The three of you were originally my father's subordinates, but you betrayed him and even tried to kill your master today. There will be a day when you will receive your retribution." E Lengleng said coldly, "When the king appears, the tribe will gather. When the big tree fell, the monkeys scattered. It's a principle that hasn't changed for thousands of years. So how dare you say you're the master of the three of us?" "Ignore him," me scoffed. "He's about to go crazy. Why are you talking so much to a madman?" Yi's eyes turned cold, and killing intent burst out. The two of them immediately turned into fireflies and flew away. They attacked together, wanting to make the first contribution as a sign of their loyalty. The referee immediately commanded the 6 fiend gods to come closer, each of them forming hand seals and condensing their palms, before smacking them onto the body. "Even if I die, I won't let you guys have a good time." Deng's eyes were filled with hatred and anger as his body swelled up to more than 10 times its original size. "Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Ha ha ha. Go to hell." Boom, boom, boom. Deng's body exploded and the terrifying force turned into waves of light that spread out. E and me were the first to be swept in. The two of them hurriedly tried to resist, but their limbs were still shattered and they were sent flying far away. The light wave was immediately blocked by the incantation seals of the 6 fiend gods. Under the combined strength of the 6 fiend gods, they kept suppressing the aftershock. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. The 6 fiend gods had also suffered a great deal of damage after blocking the attack. On his mountain-like body, cracks began to spread down to his palm. He also suffered a backlash and a few of his aperture acupoints exploded. Black smoke rose from his body, and demonic spirits kept flying out. "Are you all right?" Yunxiao flashed down and asked with concern. Yi shook his head and made a hand seal to stabilize the injury so that it would not spread. She gave Yunxiao a grateful look and said, "Thank you," he said. "We're just taking what we need," Yunxiao said with a smile. "No need to thank me." The referee nodded and took out the astral light mirror before handing it over. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He took it and examined it carefully. The astral light mirror was silver in color, thick and solid, with a high relief of the sun pattern on the back. It looked exquisite and elegant, and he immediately loved it. After Deng's death, along with the surrender of Yi and Mi, the rest of the demon army were even more vulnerable, as a large number of them knelt on the ground and surrendered. In less than half an incense's time, all the battles were over. The sky and the ground were filled with demonic qi, and the inside and outside of the valley were full of potholes. Yunxiao put away the aurora mirror and looked down, and he could not help but be surprised. The power of the earth in the devil realm seemed to be far stronger than that of the heavenly martial arts realm. If such a powerful battle had taken place in the heavenly martial arts realm, the entire valley would have been razed to the ground. However, at this moment it was only riddled with holes. The valley was still the valley. After being hit by Deng's self-explosion, both Anor and Mi were severely injured, causing a large number of low-level monsters to fall out of their bodies. However, he still endured his injuries and came forward to pledge his loyalty to the church. "Greetings, Lord Chu," the two of them said in unison. The referee glanced at the two of them indifferently and nodded. "You two don't have to be so polite. Quickly go down and recuperate." "Yes. Thank you, Master Hu." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They secretly looked at each other, bowed, and left. The three of them were friends of the same level before, but in the blink of an eye, they had been separated into different levels. Yunxiao sighed when he saw this, but the judge's face was calm, as if it was how it should be, and she was calm. The judge looked at Yunxiao and smiled. "It's all thanks to Lord Li's help this time. Please rest in the valley for a while, and I'll take you to Shooting Star City immediately." At this moment, although the valley was severely damaged, many of the halls were still intact. At the very least, there was still a place to rest. It's been a long time since the Material Exchange Conference started. Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't want to delay it any longer." "That's good. I'll count a few people and go with you, sir," the referee quickly said. She did not know why Yunxiao was in such a hurry, but she thought he must have something important to do, and she dared not delay. He immediately named a few people and summoned a huge devil bird to land in front of them. Although the demonic bird looked terrible, it obediently lowered its neck and used it as a ladder for Yunxiao and the others to stand on. Its broad back made them feel like they were walking on flat ground. Yi gave some simple instructions to the other clansmen and then rode the devil bird to fly. In an instant, they were 10,000 miles away, heading towards Shooting Star City. After a few hours, they finally left the mountains and began to see the plains. The endless land was filled with short demon plants, and many low-level demons were scattered all over the land, surviving with difficulty. Not long after, a huge city finally appeared in front of them. The city walls were tall and imposing, and the buildings inside were different from the low buildings of the Kuan tribe. They were all high pavilions, almost entirely made of stone, and looked indestructible. Even the areas closer to the periphery were filled with houses and crisscrossed roads. A large number of demons were shuttling back and forth in the city gate, people like flowing water, horses like dragons. The demon bird landed outside the city and said, "My lord, please follow me." His subordinates immediately stepped forward and opened up a path, pushing the crowd to the sides. It immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by, whose faces were filled with anger. However, after those demons' spirit sense swept over the Kuan tribe people, they immediately lost their temper and moved to the sides. "The Shooting Star City is the main city of the Kuan tribe, and Master Kuan lives there," the referee said. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment. "So, we've entered the range of the Holy Sea's surveillance, and we might even meet them?" "The possibility is extremely low," Shang laughed. "Although Master Hu lived here, he did not cultivate here. After all, such a prosperous city was not suitable for cultivation even though it was full of demonic qi. Even if there's a secret room, it'll be deep underground." While the two were talking, the boy had already received the news and rushed to the city gate with a group of people to welcome them. "I've heard about the battle of the Kuan tribe," Z said excitedly. "Thank you for saving me, Lord Li." He did not expect that the person he had casually brought back to the clan would have such a great effect. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Yunxiao smiled and nodded slightly as a greeting. The referee said, Don't dawdle, quickly bring Lord Li to the inn to rest. Also, give me a report on the situation over the past few days. The boy immediately led the way. There were too many people on the road, so they didn't walk fast. Yunxiao looked around. The situation on the street was not far from that of the heavenly martial realm. Although it was much behind, there were still shops with all kinds of goods, and street vendors lined up from the street to the end. There were also merchants who tried to attract customers while the customers bargained. The men held the women held the children, and the young nobles called their friends in groups of 3 to 5. Such a peaceful and prosperous scene made people feel slightly surprised. After all, even if they had gained a new understanding of the demon race through their contact with the Kuan tribe, it would still be difficult to wash away their fierce and warlike image. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at the embassy of the Kuan tribe. The building was still in the style of the Kuan clan, with flags fluttering in the wind in front of the palace-like building, and the walls were full of carvings of birds and beasts. The boy led the group into the hall. After everyone was seated, he immediately presented a few jade slips and said, "This is the map of the demon world that I've collected recently, but they're all very crude and simple. There's a simple description of the ice domain, but it's not detailed enough." Yunxiao looked at the jade slip. Its appearance was not much different from the one in the heavenly martial realm, but it was dark red all over and seemed to be made of a different material. He picked one up, and a refreshing coldness immediately came from his palm. When he scanned it with his divine sense, a vast picture appeared in his mind. Countless names of places and signs dazzled his eyes and were too much for his eyes to take in. After looking at it for a while, Yunxiao said in surprise, "This is the map of the Kuan tribe? It's so widespread. And this map isn't comprehensive enough," replied Z with a smile. "Even the domains of the 8 supreme devils are only the main territories of the devil world. There are still many wastelands that no one has explored, because there are many powerful prehistoric giant devils in them, making people feel afraid to step into them." Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. In the devil realm, there's an existence called the giant devil. Where can I find this thing? All the demons' expressions changed drastically. The referee said in shock, "Lord Li, you've seen a giant demon?" Yunxiao nodded and briefly told her about the battle in Red Moon City, where he had fought with 8 towering giant demons. All the demons were dumbfounded. They looked at each other with unspeakable fear and shock. The referee's mouth was also wide open, and he was stunned for a long time before he said, "I didn't think that the 5 tribes would actually use 8 giant demons in the battle at the crack of Zhongxian Mountain and still lose in the end. It's really hard to imagine. It should be related to the realm power of the heavenly martial realm," Z said. "Otherwise, the strength of the 8 giant devils is already equivalent to the strength of the demon commander, which is a power that can sweep away everything in the demon world. The giant demon is indeed a branch of the primordial demon race. Even the 8 demon supremacies find it difficult to control it. Previously, we thought that the main reason for their defeat at Zhongxian Mountain was that the demon venerable was not united, acting on his own and preserving his strength. Now it seems that the truth is far from that. Even a demon venerable died in the realm of heavenly martial arts," Xiao Hong sneered, "and he still has his strength?" Yunxiao's eyes gleamed coldly as he recalled the situation that day. He shook his head and said, "If the 5 demon venerables join forces and there is no suppression from the realm power, together with the 8 towering giant demons, they can indeed sweep across the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. But unfortunately, the power of the realm is omnipresent. If you want to invade others, you have to be ready to pay the price at any time." "Lord Li is right," the referee quickly said. "I am also against the invasion of the realm of heaven martial arts." Unfortunately, his words carried little weight, and there was really no other way. "However, I can promise you, Lord Li, that as long as we, the Holy See, are still alive, the entire Holy See will never take a single step against the realm of heavenly martial arts." "Thank you, Lord Qi," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "Thank you very much." In fact, he also understood that this was just Yi's way of expressing goodwill. The power of the Kuan tribe was nothing in the entire devil world, and it didn't matter whether they invaded or not. Next, Xiao looked at the other jade slips. They were all scattered maps and few were complete. However, a few of the scrolls also introduced a lot of culture and customs, which gave him a preliminary understanding of the situation in the demon world. Xiaohong couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts know so little about the devil realm. Even the devil realm itself doesn't have a complete map or detailed information. It's not that there aren't any, but those things are also extremely precious in the devil realm. Only a few people at the top can master it, such as Lord Yi. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it's impossible to get this information from the referee. Let's see if we can get some good stuff from the convention." "Don't worry, my lord," the boy quickly replied. "We haven't stopped for a single moment these past few days, searching for maps everywhere. They've also spread the word that they'll be purchasing them at a price several times higher than the market price." "That's good," Xiao nodded and praised with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble, sir." It's only right," Z replied, overwhelmed by the favor. "You'll be in charge of all the people I've brought with me this time," said Louis to Z. "Let them go deep into the exchange and collect them." "Yes, I'll make the arrangements," the boy quickly replied. He immediately bowed and left to make arrangements. "It seems that these jade slips are of no help to Lord Li, but don't worry. There's still half a month to go before the convention, and the truly good things will only appear at the end." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Xiao could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words, so he went straight to the point. On the last few days of each convention, some of the demon monarchs in the city would organize a small-scale convention. Although the scale is small, the items inside are all precious. Xiao immediately understood, and his eyes could not help but flash with surprise. He continued, "I'll wait until the day before the small-scale exchange. I'll send someone to spread the news. I'm willing to buy information about Ice Domain and Yuan County at a very high price. At that time, someone will definitely come to my door." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Qi," Xiao said. "Lord Li, you're too kind. Without your help, we wouldn't be where we are today. From now on, Lord Li is an eternal friend of the Kuan tribe. As long as it is within my power, I will never refuse." "Thank you," Xiao said with a faint smile. The referee said, "Shooting Star City is too chaotic during this period of time. Lord Li and Lord Hong should stay in the city and cultivate. I'll immediately inform you too the moment I receive any news." Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "I'd better take a stroll in the city." After all, he had come to the Devil Realm with the intention of increasing his understanding of the Devil Realm. This resource exchange convention is undoubtedly a good way. "That's good. I'll accompany the two of you then." The referee nodded. Xiaohong furrowed his brows, seemingly a little displeased. "Master Yi, you can do what you need to do first. We're two living people, we don't need anyone to accompany us." He smiled. "You don't have to be so polite, my lords. After all, this is the demon world. You are unfamiliar with this place and people. It's good to have me accompany you." Just as Xiaohong was about to say something, a demon suddenly ran into the hall and reported something to Richard in a low voice. The referee frowned after hearing the news. "Tell them that I'm not free right now. It won't be too late to gather after the resource exchange conference." This buy-in. The demon seemed to feel that something was wrong and stood there, not knowing what to do. The judge's face turned cold. "What's wrong with you?" he shouted. The demon trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. It's Ing Luo. Yo, 666. A cold snort came from outside the hall. 7 demons walked in from behind. One of them sneered. "Master E is getting more and more haughty. I don't even have time to meet my old friends." The other person took a deep breath and sighed. "Tisk, TSK. What a fragrant tea. A country bumpkin, have never had such a thing. No wonder Master E is so busy and doesn't have any time." The other 5 men were also looking around the hall with unfriendly eyes. Because Xiao and Xiaohong were sitting in the upper seats, they had been staring at them for a long time. What was depressing was that they couldn't see through the cultivation of the two. However, to be able to make Jin regard them as guests, even if he didn't know the identity of these two people, he couldn't be too presumptuous. The referee's expression changed slightly. He glared fiercely at the demon who had reported the news and dismissed him. He stood up and cupped his fists. So, it's the 7 lords of the Shou clan's northwest tribes. Please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. Mo Dan, one of the 7, sneered. How would I dare to ask Sir to go out and welcome me? I heard Sir berate his subordinates that they had no time to see us, so I could only thicken my skin and come to the door myself. Hee hee. How can I not be free? The 7 of you must have heard wrong. Come. Please take a seat. As the head of a department, she had seen this kind of situation many times and naturally knew how to deal with it. Although the other party had heard him reprimanding his subordinates just now and it was a little embarrassing, as long as he pretended not to say anything and pretended that nothing had happened, the other party would be helpless. Immediately, someone moved 7 seats over and placed them on both sides. Only then did the 7 demon lords enter the hall, groaning, and sit down. Yunxiao stood up, cupped his fists at the judge and said, Since my lord has matters to attend to, then Xiao Hong and I will go take a look on our own. The judge was put in a difficult position. Of course, she did not want to see these 7 people, and she hoped to go shopping with Yunxiao. But at this moment, she had no choice but to do so, so she sighed and said, Then Lord Li and Lord Hong should be careful. With a wave of her hand, she ordered someone to bring a tray, which was filled with square black stones that exuded powerful magic. Here are 10,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones, the referee said. It should be enough for your expenses for 2 days. If there was still not enough, he would immediately send someone back to get it. I'll let this son follow the 2 sirs so that I can be at your disposal at any time. Yunxiao knew that the currency used in the devil realm was this kind of devil essence stone in front of him, which was an extremely rare item, let alone a supreme grade one. However, he did not refuse, and unceremoniously accepted them all. He was just about to thank them when he heard a twitching sound from below. The 7 demon lords were all looking at him with shocked eyes. 10,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. Song, one of the 7 devils, said in shock. The Kuan tribe is so rich, and the lord of the Kuan is so generous. The 7 of them looked at each other. In addition to the shock in their eyes, there were also a few wisps of worry on their faces. You're joking, it's just some gold. The referee smiled faintly. It's the first time my 2 close friends have come to the Shooting Star City, and they don't have enough money. Naturally, I have to give them a good welcome. Yunxiao was a little surprised. He did not know how the currency in the demon race was measured, but he could tell from the faces of the 7 tribe leaders that the 10,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade devil origin stones was definitely not ordinary. He gave Yunxiao and Xiao Hong a suspicious look. Then his eyes fell on the judge. I wonder how I can become a good friend of Master Shi? I also want to be your good friend. Hee hee, me too. I'm also. The 7 of them all had flattering smiles on their faces, completely different from before. The referee furrowed his brows without a trace and did not answer directly. He smiled in a roundabout way and said, I'll send my 2 friends out first. If there's anything, we'll talk later. 7 lords, please enjoy your tea first. A servant had already served the freshly brewed fragrant tea. The tea contained an extremely strong energy. The tea was clear, translucent, and red in color. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. However, he no longer had the interest to taste tea. He smiled bitterly and said, It seems that the 7 of us have to leave as well. Master Hu, please send us off as well. Why do the 7 of you say that? Truth be told, the 7 of us heard that Master Hu had personally come to Shooting Star City, so we couldn't help but come to visit. I hope that you can help me refine something. For this, my 7 tribes have gathered some money as a reward. But now that I've seen how generous you are, I immediately feel that this deal is hopeless. He let out a long sigh and couldn't help shaking his head. Richard couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself that this was what happened. In her heart, she only felt that it was funny. 10,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones was indeed a huge fortune, almost one-third of the wealth of her Vatican clan. "May I know what the 7 lords are looking for me to refine?" he asked with a smile. "The 7 of us hope that Lord Chu can build a medium-sized teleportation formation in our tribe so that we can go straight to Shooting Star City," Shandao said. "A medium-sized teleportation formation." The judge was shocked, and his face turned serious. "Even my clan's headquarters doesn't have a teleportation formation, so we can only rely on flying. It's quite expensive to set up a mid-sized teleportation formation." Yun Xiao watched with great interest. He had also been wondering why they were flying in the air from the demon tribe to Shooting Star City. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there would be teleportation formations between any 2 cities, not to mention that the devil realm was more than 10 times larger. Shan smiled bitterly and said, "Master Chu, it's really easy for you to talk. How far is the war division from Shooting Star City? And how far is our 7 divisions from Shooting Star City?" In order to participate in this resource exchange convention, the 7 of us had to fly for almost 2 years to catch up. Yun Xiao was quite shocked, and he could not help but ask, "Is the teleportation formation that difficult to set up?" The 7 people's eyes immediately fell on him in unison, very sharp and cold. Yun Xiao touched the tip of his nose in a strange way and said with a wry smile, "What? Did I say something wrong? Do you know how many tribes there are in the entire Kuan clan, and how many teleportation formations there are?" said Song with a cold smile. "I don't know." Yun Xiao shook his head. "I don't know. There are more than 300 large and medium-sized tribes," Song said coldly. "Not to mention the small tribes that are born and destroyed every day. There are thousands and tens of thousands of them. No one has ever counted them. In the entire Kuan division, other than the Shooting Star City, there are only 17 teleportation formations. Furthermore, 11 of them are small-scale teleportation formations, and only 6 are medium-sized ones." "What?" Yun Xiao was taken aback. "How can it be so rare? If it's just to study and set up spatial formations, it doesn't need to be very accomplished in the art of magic. It should be easy to cultivate such a talent, right?" He looked at Yi. "Lord Li, you may not know." The referee shook his head. She transmitted her voice. "When Master was alive, she once said that the space rules of the devil realm are different from those of the heavenly martial arts realm. They seem to be more powerful and mysterious. The power of the rules is arranged very closely. It is extremely difficult to rely on the power of the array to break through space and maintain a stable transmission in the devil realm." "Oh?" Yun Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he said, "I see. The level of the devil realm was higher than that of the heavenly martial arts realm, so it was very normal for there to be some differences." This piqued Yun Xiao's interest, and he even wanted to study the spatial rules of the devil realm. But now was not the time. The crowd had long noticed the two's voice transmission, and they could guess the content from Yun Xiao's enlightened look. "Look at your stupid face," Song sneered. "Do you understand now, country bumpkin?" Yun Xiao was a little surprised. Could there be villages in the devil realm? There were country bumpkins too, but he did not ask. "It's to build a medium-sized teleportation formation and strengthen our connection with Shooting Star City. Our 7 tribes have gathered a total of 15,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones. We thought that we would be able to ask Master Hu for help, but now it seems that we are too weak." The 7 of them shook their heads with bitter smiles on their faces. The wealth of the Kuan clan had truly surprised them. To casually take out 10,000 cubes of silver. He must be dreaming. Suddenly, Yun Xiao laughed. "You 7 tribes can merge into the Min tribe with Lord Min as your leader. Then, he will naturally build a teleportation array over there." The surroundings instantly became inexplicably quiet, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The 7 men's faces turned pale, and even the judge's face changed slightly. There was a somewhat harsh look in his eyes, as if he was blaming Yun Xiao for saying the wrong thing. "Ha ha ha! Good, good!" Shan suddenly laughed, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and he said in a cold tone, "I'd like to see how capable the Kuan tribe is. They want to swallow my 7 tribes. My lords, you've misunderstood, the referee quickly said. This friend of mine doesn't know the situation of the Kuan tribe, so he can't talk about such things. Humph. Lord Shi's explanation is too far-fetched. Besides, there are many times in this world where people die because of nonsense, Xianxia said with a cold smile. All 7 of them had gloomy faces, and a strong murderous aura emanated from their bodies. All of them had their divine senses locked on Yunxiao. Yunxiao was a little surprised. It's just a suggestion, and you've brought death upon yourself. Isn't that too absurd? He said. Shan angrily rebuked. Tisk! You still dare to say that? Yunxiao spread his hands with a wry smile and said, All right, I won't say any more. It's too late if you don't tell me now. Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, as if his patience had run out. Then what do you want? The referee hurriedly stood in front of the 2 and said, Milord, for my sake, let's just forget about this matter. Although she knew that Yunxiao was not afraid of these 7 people with his strength, they were in Shooting Star City. Not to mention whether he himself was here or not, even if he wasn't, more than half of the leaders of the 300-odd clans of the entire E-clan would be here. If things got out of hand, Yunxiao would not be able to fight against the entire Kuan tribe. The few of them looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Shan then clenched his right fist and coughed a few times, saying, Cough, cough. Since Master Hu has stepped in, we naturally have to give him face. As long as you can help us build the teleportation formation, the 7 of us will pretend that we didn't hear anything. I think you're just using this as a pretext to make a big fuss, the judge sneered. Shan's expression changed, but he immediately returned to normal and said, Whatever you say, this friend of yours has just offended our 7 tribes, so you can't just deny it. He thought for a while and said, It's not a short time to build a medium-sized teleportation formation. Even I don't have much confidence in it. However, I dare to say that no one else in the entire Kuan tribe is capable of doing this. I can give it a try for you, on the condition that my friend's previous offense is written off, and an additional 50,000 cubic meters of top-grade Devil Essence stones. 50,000 cubes. Shan and the other 6 demon lords all sucked in a cold breath, their faces all turning the color of pig liver. Shan angrily said, Lord Hu is asking for too much, 20,000 cubes at most. That's our bottom line. Don't forget, the question of your friend is also worth tens of thousands of cubic meters. If it wasn't for this, I would have directly offered 80,000. He sneered. A trifling 50,000 cubic meters of top-grade Devil Essence stones. As long as a slightly larger tribe accumulated it for a period of time, who wouldn't be able to take it out? But why were there still so few mid-sized teleportation formations? I'll only take 50,000 from you guys, but I still have to pay a lot for my own entry. The 7 devils immediately formed a circle and whispered to each other. In the end, Shan turned around and stared at the referee. All right, 50,000 it is. But if the teleportation formation can't be built, Richard also grunted. Although she had never set up a medium-sized teleportation array before, she was still very confident mainly because of the problem of funding. In particular, after communicating with Yunxiao from time to time over the past few days, he felt that his art of Tao had improved by leaps and bounds. The 7 devils began to gather the top-grade Devil Origin stones. Each of them took out a few storage bags and took out some top-grade Devil Origin stones from each bag. There were also some that were not of the best quality, and they were exchanged for lower-quality ones. Yunxiao frowned when he saw the poor man's look. One of the demon lords rummaged through his storage bag a few times and then stood there in a daze. The first one to collect 7,200 top-grade Devil Essence stones, looking at the Devil King's stunned expression, said, Marrow, what's wrong? The face of the demon lord called Sui turned red and he said in embarrassment, Lord Dan, can I use something else in exchange? Yunxiao felt even more dizzy. A mighty devil lord could not even take out a few thousand Devil Essence stones. It seemed that a penny was the same everywhere. He finally knew how precious the 10,000 cubic meters of top-grade Devil Essence stones that E had given him was. Shan frowned and said, Of course you can. But do you have anything that's worth such a high price? Other people have to be willing to accept it. Another demon lord said, Marrow, don't tell me you don't have money and want to follow them to get some benefits. If you can't take out the equivalent amount of devil essence stones, then this transfer array will have nothing to do with your Marrow sect. Every time you want to use it, you'll have to pay us mana stones. Marrow was angry and embarrassed. Of course I have treasures, he snorted. I originally wanted to find someone who knows how to sell them at the material exchange conference. However, after shopping for a few days, he didn't see anyone who knew what was good for the time being. He could only wait for the last few days of small-scale private exchange meetings to sell. If you can rest assured, you can help me pay for it first. Help you pay? The other 6 demon lords' expressions instantly changed, and they all shook their heads repeatedly. Some even directly turned their heads away, pretending not to hear. Lord Marrow, do you know what's the best way to cut off ties with a person? He asked earnestly. What is it? Sui frowned. It's to borrow money from that person, Dan Dao said. Xianxia was also speechless. He had thought that the devil world was full of devil energy, so it should be rich in resources, but now it seemed that it was also very scarce. In his heart, he secretly recorded everything he had seen and thought about. In the future, it would be the first-hand information for the heavenly martial arts realm to understand the devil realm. Sui's face turned red and he said, I'm not borrowing. I'm asking everyone to help me pay first. Shan waved his hand and said, Lord Marrow, you should go sell your treasures first. When you have the money, come back and talk to us. Or see if Master E is willing to let you owe him first. Impossible, the referee immediately said. Hee. The other 6 demon lords couldn't help but sneer. Ling Sui flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his face turned as purple as an eggplant. Looking at his pitiful face, Xianxia laughed and said, What treasures do you have? If it's really good, maybe I'll take it. He wanted to fully understand the demon world, so he was naturally willing to see the so-called treasures of these demon lords. If it's that person who doesn't know what's good for him, wouldn't he just make me laugh? Sui snorted angrily. You've been emphasizing people who know their stuff all the time, Xianxia said with a smile. Seems that you've hit a wall. Of course it's those people who have eyes but can't see, Shui Yan said angrily. In that case, your so-called treasure is still something that can't be sold, Shan sneered. Sui was so angry that he clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead popped out. After forcefully suppressing it, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Are you sure you don't want to show me? Xianxia cried out. Are you sure you don't want to show me? Do those people at the Resource Exchange Conference really know better than Lord Nie and I? Marrow was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. He turned around and gritted his teeth. Good. Then I'll show it to you and see if you can recognize it. The ring on his finger buzzed, and a golden light shot out, turning into a small golden boat in front of the demons. The small boat was about 1 foot and 7 inches long. It hovered in the air and emitted a faint glow. At a glance, one could tell that the hull was exquisitely carved and had all kinds of details. It was quite luxurious. What was even more surprising was the momentum of this small boat. Although it was small, it had a vast power, and although there was no wind, it seemed that it could set sail at any time. Yunxiao's heart almost jumped out of his throat. His eyes popped out like 2 salted eggs. He was no stranger to the boat. It was Yi Nanshan's Noah's boat. Gulp! Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty and forcibly suppressed the fluctuating emotions in his heart. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts and questions flooded his mind. Did Yi Nantian die? This guess made his heart heavy. And what he saw in front of him was a very high probability, because it was the profound level weapon that Yi Nantian cultivated with his life. It would never be lost unless he died. Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes as if she had guessed something. She could not help but look at Yunxiao, gently tugging at his sleeve as she said, Big brother Yunxiao, are you all right? The referee looked away from Noah's ship and also noticed Yunxiao's abnormality. He asked with concern, Lord Li, what's wrong? Yunxiao shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine, but his pale face could not escape the eyes of the crowd. The demons only felt that it was strange and didn't think too much about it. Their eyes were mainly focused on Noah's ship as they carefully examined it. He looked at Noah's ship for a while and praised, "What a fine, profound-level weapon. It seems to be an extraordinary thing." Marrow became proud and chuckled. "What do you think? I didn't lie to you, right?" As an alchemist, Yan's observation skills were naturally better than those of others. Moreover, she had been studying the 3 supreme treasures left by Mu Chan, which made her even more amazed. The structure and law arrangement of this profound-level weapon seemed to be even more powerful than the 3 treasures that Mu Chan had left behind. After calming himself down, Xianxia said, "Where did you get this?" He tried his best to calm down, but his eyes were cloudy, and his pupils couldn't be seen clearly. However, in the depths of his rippling eyes, there was a murderous aura that was constantly gathering, but it was not released. Marrow naturally couldn't detect his expression, only feeling that this person was a bit strange. He sneered, "What does it matter to you how I got it? As for whether this item is good or not, I'm sure everyone has the correct answer. I wonder who is willing to buy it." A demon lord thought carefully, then said, "This item should be an attack-type profound-level weapon, right? Such a precious item, anyone would keep it for their own use. How could it be easily sold unless it was difficult to refine? Since that's the case, can you let me take a closer look?" After the demon lord said this, he reached out to grab Noah's ship. A ball of demonic chi overflowed from his 5 fingers, entwined, and wrapped around Noah's ship. Marrow's expression suddenly changed, and with a light reprimand, he waved his palm and hit Noah's ship with a bang, scattering the demon lord's demonic chi. He then flicked his sleeve and put away Noah's ship. He snorted coldly and said, "If you're not buying, don't move." The demon lord was furious and said, "How do you know I won't buy it? You didn't even see the details. How can you buy it?" "I'm sorry, that's all I can see. I don't think you're someone who can afford it. Ingluo, you're not purely selling it." The demonic monarch angrily rebuked, and with a wave of his sleeves, he no longer paid him any attention. "Lord Marrow, this is your fault." Xianxia rolled his eyes and chuckled. "This thing can't be sold for a low price, right? How can I not let people see it clearly?" "It's not that I don't want you to see it clearly," said Marrow coldly, and he didn't look like he was going to buy it at all. "If you want to take a closer look, you have to pay a deposit of 5,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. Otherwise, who will I look for to compensate for the damage?" A deposit of 5,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. The other 6 demon lords' expressions all changed. Song even sneered, "Marrow, I think you've gone crazy from poverty. Why do you care?" Marrow said sarcastically, no longer paying attention to those people. His eyes turned to the referee. "My lord, can that thing just now be used as collateral? As long as I can find a buyer who knows the goods, I will immediately redeem it." The referee muttered to himself. It seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. The value of that thing was extremely high, but how much was it worth? This kind of transaction was rare even in the demon world, and there seemed to be no precedent. She looked at Xianxia pleadingly, hoping that he could have some judgment for her. "How many fiend energy stones do you want?" Xianxia asked. "How many fiend energy stones do you want?" "How much are you willing to pay?" asked Marrow. Even the referee didn't know how much this item was worth, so he didn't know either. As such, he was hoping that the other party would name a price and then haggle over it. 5,000 cubic meters. Xianxia offered. 5,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade fiend vitality stones. As soon as this price was offered, the expressions of a few demon lords changed. It was unknown if they thought it was too much or too little. Marrow was obviously not satisfied. He chuckled and said, "I can see that this friend is a person who knows what's good, but this price is too low." "That's impossible." He wagged his finger and sneered. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Xianxia said. "I asked you to name a price, but you didn't, and you're not satisfied with the price I offered. How about this? I'm willing to pay 7,000 cubes. If I offer any more, you can take that thing away." The other 6 fiend lords' faces changed. Shocked by Yunxiao's generosity, they immediately added 2,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade fiend vitality stones. Richard's heart skipped a beat, as if it had caught onto something. Although Yunxiao looked indifferent, she seemed to have sensed his determination to win. Mero's heart was also beating non-stop. As the leader of a division and the demon lord, his strength was not ordinary, and he had a certain sense of Noah's ship. As far as he knew, the value of Noah's ship was definitely above 7,000 cubic meters of top-grade Devil Origin stones. But there was a huge problem. That thing could not be driven by Devil Origin power. In other words, to all the demons, the golden battleship was just a work of art, without any practical value. This was also the reason why Mero had always wanted to find someone who could recognize the goods. I want 15,000 cubes. Sui gritted his teeth and made a high bid with a gloomy face. The rest of the people's pupils constricted, and then a mocking look appeared on their faces as they watched the bidding war, wanting to see how Yunxiao would deal with it. Lord Mero, don't go too far. The referee was furious and shouted. Mero smiled faintly. The price is clearly stated. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then forget it. What's so overboard about this? I didn't force him to buy it. Dan also laughed. That's right, that's right. You have the freedom to buy and sell. This is Shooting Star City. If there's a forced purchase, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this city. All the demon lords turned their eyes to Yunxiao with a sneer on their lips. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth suddenly turned up as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's a pity that it's too expensive. Lord Mero, you should keep it for yourself. Sui's eyelids twitched and he was stunned. He had also judged from Yunxiao's expression that the latter seemed to recognize this profound level weapon, and that he was determined to get it. That was why he dared to bid a high price, but now it seemed that he would not be able to get it. However, he did not reveal his inner thoughts. He only nodded and said, "Okay. If it's not sold in the last few days, I can give you a cheaper price." Yunxiao made a gesture and said with a smile, "Please. Then we'll wait for the 7 of you to gather the money for the teleportation array," the referee said coldly. "If the money isn't here now, there's nothing to talk about. Send the guests out." Obviously, she was also really angry about extorting Yunxiao with Mero. The 7 men had nothing to say, so they cupped their fists and left. Before they left, they did not forget to give Yunxiao a few more glances. After the 7 of them left, the hall fell silent. Xiao Hong suddenly said, "What's Big Brother Yunxiao's plan? You also recognize that thing?" Yunxiao asked, "You also recognize it?" "Yes, Noah's ship." Little Red nodded. Richard was surprised. "So you too recognize that profound level weapon. What is Noah's ship?" "It's a very famous profound level weapon," Yunxiao said. "I'm determined to get it." The referee was vexed. It's a pity that Mero probably saw through this too, which is why he dared to extort. However, Milord can be at ease. Not many people in the Devil Realm recognize that thing, so it will be very difficult to sell it for a high price of more than 7,000 cubic meters. "As long as he's happy," Yunxiao said lightly, "I'll let him be." The referee and Xiao Hong were both stunned. Xiao Hong's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp glint as she said, "Big Brother Yunxiao, do you mean that Zhenjin will save this money?" Yunxiao did not deny it, but said coldly, "Whether or not he can save it will depend on him." The referee seemed to have understood something and was shocked. He quickly said, "Lord Li, you must not make a move here. Otherwise, the entire Shooting Star City will come after you." "Don't worry." Yunxiao nodded and said with a smile, "I know what I'm doing." Looking at Yunxiao's nonchalant expression, the judge did not know if he had taken it to heart. He couldn't help but be worried, repeatedly reminding her a few times and helplessly said, "If there's really no other way, 15,000 cubic meters is fine. I'll go and buy it for Lord Li, don't worry," Yunxiao said with a warm smile. "I won't do anything rash. Since Chiemo has already left, let's go and have a look at the convention." The referee was slightly relieved and said, "All right, I'll go with you, my lord. It just so happens that I'm also looking for some materials to repair the 12 divine fiends." The divine fiend was severely damaged in the battle of the Kuan tribe. It would probably take a few years to repair it. However, for the demons, their lifespans were much longer than the other races in the realm of heavenly martial arts. A few years was just a blink of an eye for them. Next, Yunxiao and Xiaohong strolled around Shooting Star City, accompanied by the judge. He had never seen most of them before, and they should be specialties of the devil world. But the grades of the items were not high, and Yunxiao was too lazy to collect them. He only bought some when he occasionally saw something interesting. He only collected a lot of jade slips. No matter if it was an introduction to the landscape, magical powers, cultivation techniques, or other information, he would buy all the jade slips he saw. If he took these things back to the realm of heavenly martial arts, they would be the first-hand information on the devil realm. Even so, after strolling for a few days, he only consumed 2 pieces of top-grade devil essence stones. Yunxiao finally realized the value of supreme-grade fiend vitality stones. He also knew that the reason why the top-grade devil essence stones were so precious was not because they were rare, but because they consumed a lot of them. The cultivation of the demon race was mainly to absorb demonic qi. Even if they devoured low-level demons, it was only to take the other party's demonic qi as their own. However, regardless of whether he meditated or directly devoured it, the conversion rate was not high. However, if he devoured it, due to the large amount of it, even if the conversion rate was not high, he could still get a significant improvement. Thus, devouring was still the main method of cultivation for the demon race. This also determined the unusually cruel rules of survival among the demons. And Devil Essence Stone was an extremely valuable raw material other than these two. It had a conversion rate of more than half, so it made the people of the devil race rush like ducks. After all, strength was the capital to survive in the devil world. Although there were not many devil vitality stones in the mines, they were not precious to this extent. The key was that a large number of devils had digested them on their own. The power contained in 100,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones could directly upgrade a devil monarch from level 1 to level 2. In addition to the conversion rate, 200,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones could create a second-level devil lord out of thin air. Such a terrifying effect was the fundamental reason why top-grade mana stones were a natural currency and were extremely valuable. After learning about it, Yunxiao was worried. Fortunately, the competition in the demon world was very fierce, and a large number of devil essence stones were also evenly distributed. Otherwise, if they were piled up to create a demon lord, that would be too terrifying. The things that the church bought were also very rare, because the materials that could repair the 12 divine fiends were almost impossible to find in these stalls. They had to wait for a small-scale private trade fair of a higher standard. A few days later, the Resource Exchange Conference was also coming to an end, but the liveliness of the event did not decrease in the slightest. The floating population in the city had increased by more than 10 times compared to the beginning of the month. Due to the wide territory of the Devil Realm, there was a constant stream of people coming to the Shooting Star City. Some of them even came after the convention ended, but they could still exchange for many things. One day, the judge took Yunxiao and the others to a palace. The square in front of the hall was very wide, and the base alone was 2 feet high. After walking up the steps, they saw dozens of thick stone pillars standing in front of the hall door. Those stone pillars were very tall, but they were not eye-catching in comparison to the main hall. The hall was built with huge stones, and the steps in front of the hall were also made of whole stones. The copper-colored stone skin glittered under the sunlight like metal. The peak was tall, and there was a golden light on it. Even the sky was reflected by it, as transparent as a gem. Yaoguang Hall? Yunxiao was surprised. This is Yaoguang Hall? How could it be so huge? Although the Shooting Star City was huge, the buildings inside were all very compact. For example, the living quarters of the Kuan tribe were considered comfortable, but they were not spacious. And this hall clearly went against the overall architectural style and was somewhat out of place. The referee chuckled and said, "This hall is where you gather all the departments for a meeting, so it's naturally extraordinary. It was also borrowed by the Lord of Shooting Star City to be the venue for the private meeting." I see. Looking at the huge palace, Yunxiao's heart stirred, and no one knew what he was thinking. The referee led the group up the steps. On each side of the stone pillar stood a demon lord with their arms crossed. His face was cold and arrogant as he stared at those people and said coldly, "Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. We're all traitors. I'm the Kuan of the Kuan tribe." He cupped his fists. When the two of them heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but look at the referee a few more times. Only then did they restrain their murderous aura, and even their arrogant and unruly appearance eased a lot. One of them said, "So it's Master Hu. I'm sorry to stop you here, but in order to control the number of people, each unit can only have 5 people enter." 5 people? When did such a stupid rule come into being? The referee frowned. The man smiled and said, "It's decided by the higher-ups. We can't do anything about it. If there are still people in your tribe who want to trade, please entrust them to others." The referee glanced back and left behind his son and the other demon lord, letting the rest go back first. The group of 5 stepped into the hall. It was a huge space, completely different from the crowded Shooting Star City's trade fair. The hall was vast, with a radius of 300 meters. It was beautifully decorated, and every brick was exquisitely carved. There were about 300 to 400 demon clansmen walking around leisurely and talking in groups of 3 to 5. But the space still seemed very empty. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, but there was a faint murderous aura in the air, which made people feel a little heavy. "What do you think?" The judge looked at Xianxia and smiled. "What do you think?" Xianxia touched his chin and said in a low voice, "There seems to be a very strong baleful aura." Surprise flashed across the judge's face, and he immediately praised, "Lord Li is indeed meticulous. This Alchemy Hall is not only a place for the tribunal to discuss matters, but also a place for battle. Furthermore, it's the place where the clan heads of the major clans will fight to the death." "The Shooting Star City is so big," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "Is there a need to be so short of money? One hall for 3 purposes. Perhaps it has other functions?" "It's mainly for these 3 uses," Yi said with a smile. There were many disputes between the demon race, and fighting was almost the only way to resolve them. Sometimes, in order to prevent the shockwaves from spreading too far, the higher-ups of the Shooting Star City will step in to mediate and let them fight one-on-one or many-on-many battles. "That's indeed a good idea," Xianxia nodded. "Otherwise, the casualties in the war between the 2 races will be too tragic. Just like the battle of the Kuan tribe just now, thousands of demons had been annihilated. In the past, he would have been happier if more demons died, but now it was completely different. At this time, many demon lords saw the referee, and many people had strange expressions on their faces. They sized up the 5 people with strange gazes. But no matter what their thoughts were, every demon lord's attitude towards the Holy See was extremely friendly. The referee smiled and replied to everyone. She also knew the reason. When she had first arrived at the Shooting Star City, the incident at the Kuan tribe had just happened and the people had not dispersed yet. By now, the news had already been delivered, and almost all the leaders of the major clans had learned about what had happened in the Kuan clan. Even the news of the Kuan's appearance and the bet with the Kuan tribe had spread, but most people did not believe it. They thought that it was just a rumor that eventually became outrageous. However, the fact that the Kuan tribe had swallowed the Mi and Shur tribes was without a doubt. In this way, the strength of the Kuan tribe was ranked among the top in the entire Kuan tribe. "So it's Lord Hu." In the square, a tall demon lord walked over. The demon lord had a horn on his head and a resolute face. He had a kind smile on his face, making it difficult for people to have any ill will. "So it's Lord Bao." The judge also greeted him with a smile. At the same time, he moved his lips slightly and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. "This is the Alchemy Hall's hall master. He is in charge of the matters of this hall and is also one of the higher-ups of the Kuan tribe." Bao Xiang and the other 4 smiled, and their eyes lingered on Xianxia and Xiaohong for a while before they said, "Master Hu, you must have found a lot of good things during this period of time, right?" "No," he chuckled. "There's nothing that we're interested in outside. We've been looking forward to this deal." I heard that you're collecting maps of the demonic realm, Master Chu? Bao nodded and smiled. The judge and Yunxiao could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Yes, Richard said frankly. I've also spread the word that I'll buy it at a price far higher than the market price. Then you've made the right decision to come to this small-scale exchange, my lord. Bao smiled meaningfully. As far as I know, someone wants to sell a large map of the Devil World. There are descriptions of many territories, and even the Kuan tribe may not have them. Oh! The referee was suddenly shocked, as if he had heard the implied meaning, and said, There might not be one in Chengdu. The seller is Chengqing. Bao Shan looked around the square and said with a smile, After the Battle of Xianxia Mountain, the Blue Division was divided by the other 4 divisions. Even the other 4 divisions had fallen into civil strife because of the deaths of their ministers. Many of the demons have fled to the 3 tribes of the Kuan, Man, and Yuan. I see. Oh? The referee immediately understood and said, So, the reason why each team is limited to 5 people is to prevent the crowd from getting too crowded? That's right. Bao nodded. The internal strife of the 5 tribes has a huge impact on the entire MO world. I don't know how long it will take to stop. Yunxiao's heart was filled with emotions. The battle in Red Moon City had killed nearly half of the elites of the heavenly martial realm, but he did not expect it to bring such a great trouble to the fiends. It was no wonder that after the Battle of Red Moon City, only low-level demons kept coming out of the cracks in various places, and no large-scale attacks were seen. It turned out that they were too busy to take care of themselves. Who asked them to go to the realm of heavenly martial arts for no reason? Yi smiled. They deserved it. Because of Mu Chan and Yunxiao, she had a very good impression of the people of the heavenly martial realm. Bao's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered as he said, The attack on the realm of heavenly martial arts was a joint discussion between several masters, and other people are not allowed to speak rashly or make flirtatious remarks. Master Hu, you'd better be careful. As for the 5 tribes, he didn't have to worry too much. After all, the demon race had survived through constant battles and killing. I think it won't take long for the 5 tribes to recover. Both Yunxiao and the judge frowned slightly. After Bao finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 2 to respond and directly left with his hands behind his back, as if he was busy with his own things. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The first half of Bao's words was for the judge, but the second half seemed to have an ulterior motive, as if it was specifically said for Yunxiao. After Bao went forward to greet him, many other demon lords also came over to greet him. The referee responded appropriately to each of them. But Yunxiao and Xiaohong felt very bored, so they looked around. Not far away, he saw 7 demon lords, 30 some of them gathered together, occasionally glancing over. Fortunately, the boring time did not last long. Suddenly, a voice came from the center of the square and slowly spread, Everyone, please be quiet. The one who spoke was Bao. He slowly rose into the air and looked down at everyone. Welcome to Alcade Hall. I won't introduce too much. Let's start the trade directly. Yunxiao was rendered speechless by his concise reply, and so were many demon monarchs. But, as they did not like to hear nonsense, they immediately began to pay attention to him. Bao said, This time, many friends from outside have come to the trade. I hope we can bring more surprises to everyone. As usual, I'm going to sell something that my friend entrusted me to trade. He raised his hand. An array of light appeared in his palm, dispersing in the air. A huge and pitch-black egg emerged from the light. It was an oval-shaped egg that was 7 to 8 feet long and 3 to 4 feet wide. Demon egg! Someone shouted, and the square immediately began to discuss. Demon eggs weren't rare, and their preciousness varied greatly. However, if it wasn't a particularly precious demon egg, most people would directly devour it as energy once they found it. What kind of demon egg is this? A demon lord shouted. Can be traded so carefully. The devil egg bobbed up and down in the light circle, and a powerful devil chi spread out, shocking all the devil lords. But even so, they were horrified to find that there was a layer of restriction set up on the devil egg, which imprisoned most of its power. Otherwise, if the devil chi spread, it would have directly caused a commotion. This is the devil egg of the ancient devil ape, Bao said with a smile. What? That's impossible. The entire arcade hall was in an uproar, filled with disbelief. The noisy discussions could no longer be concealed as they rang out in all directions. It's been countless years since the demonic ape dominated the primordial era. Even if there were devil eggs left behind, they should have turned into stone long ago. How could they be so full of life? It's said that once the ancient demon apes reach adulthood, they can step into the demon lord realm without any obstacles. This race of ferocious beasts ran amok in the ancient times and dominated for millions of years. How many years has it been since the primordial age? I'm afraid that even the age gap is a mystery. How could there be a demon egg left behind? This is too ridiculous. All kinds of discussions entered Xianxia's ears, and he could not help but be surprised. He looked at the devil egg in the halo and fell into deep thought. There were indeed signs of life in the aura that the devil egg was emitting, and it was not weak at all. However, if it was as everyone had said, there shouldn't be such a strong life aura after so many years. After everyone's shock and discussion gradually died down, Bao then smiled and said, "A good friend of mine found this demon egg in an ancient ruin. It's indeed the ancient ape demon's egg, and it's a living one at that." Voila! His words were equivalent to confirming the situation of the demon egg, and it caused another commotion. All kinds of incredulous and excited expressions flashed on everyone's faces. Even Yi's eyes were shining with light. "What?" Xianxia suddenly laughed. "Are you interested in this devil egg, Lord Yi?" "Of course," the referee replied with a straight face. "If you can hatch an ancient demon ape, it will be nourished with a secret technique from a young age, and when it grows up, it will be loyal to you and never betray you. Moreover, once the ancient demon ape matures, it will have the power of a demon commander." After saying that, her face flushed red and her arms trembled with excitement. Xianxia laughed. "So, who is the person who brought this demon egg out to trade?" The referee was stunned for a moment. His face became strange. After a moment of thought, he suddenly forced a smile and said, "Many thanks for Lord Li's reminder. What Lord means is that although this demon egg has signs of life, it can't hatch?" "It's not necessarily because it can't hatch," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's also possible that the conditions for hatching are no longer met, or there are other problems after it hatches, such as it being out of control." Yi's expression was much calmer than before. He nodded and said, "Lord Li's words are reasonable. I was too blind. There's definitely something wrong with this demon egg. That's why it's being traded." Some demon lords standing beside them also fell into deep thought when they heard that, and they could not help but give Xianxia a few more glances. In the field, a demon lord shouted, "How many devil essence stones is this devil egg for?" The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The large square with hundreds of people suddenly became strangely quiet. They all listened quietly, afraid that they would miss it. Such a precious item. How can it be bought with demonic essence stones? Bao Xiao smiled. If that friend of mine really wants the devil essence stones, then it would probably be a sky-high price. This ancient ape demon egg only accepts bartering. What does the owner want in exchange? The demon lord called out again. A divine light flashed in Bao's eyes, and he said word by word, "Demon Pearl Jade." A commotion broke out below, and a large number of demons wore blank expressions as if they had never heard of this item. A small number of demons, on the other hand, had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their expressions were dark and uncertain. What's a demon pearl jade? Among all the noise, this was the most common question. Although everyone had guessed that the item to be exchanged would not be simple, they did not expect it to be so complicated that few people knew about it. That person actually wanted to exchange for the demon pearl jade. Who is the owner of this magic egg? Surprise appeared on Yi's face as well, as if he was panicking. What the hell is that demon pearl jade? Xianxia asked curiously. Even many demon monarchs don't know about it. Only a few people know about it, and they all look scared. The holy demon experienced the 5 decrepit phenomena and transformed into this after its death, he said after calming his mind. What? This time, it was Yunxiao's turn to be surprised. He was stunned for a long time before he muttered to himself, "No wonder, no wondering, Luo." He also nodded and said, "Only a treasure like the Demon Pearl Jade is worthy of the ancient demon ape's demon egg." The Demon Pearl Jade could be considered a mutated rainbow stone. After all, after the holy demon died, the body that was left behind was still a rainbow stone. Under the exhaustion of powerful demonic chi, it collapsed into demonic armor jade. I've only heard of it and have never seen its physical form. Bao didn't explain further because this thing was a holy demon's relic. Explaining it would be a great disrespect to the holy demon. Therefore, he didn't say much. He just cast a few incantation seals with one hand and projected them in the air. 100 feet in front of him, all kinds of light gathered and formed a dark jade. The jade stone was lustrous and translucent. It did not have a fixed shape, and its corners were sharp. It exuded a faint demonic light, as if it was not tolerated by the world, and it was slightly cold and eerie. Yunxiao's body trembled, and a bright light burst out of his eyes, but he suppressed it in an instant. He narrowed his eyes slightly to hide the shock in his heart. The image of the Demon Pearl Jade was similar to the Outworld Dark Stone, but the color was different. From the projection, it didn't seem to have the terrifying cold chi. "Lord Li, what's wrong?" Chu Cha noticed Yunxiao's shock and could not help but ask. Yunxiao shook his head slightly. His eyes were covered by a layer of turbid light, and his true thoughts could not be seen. His mind, however, was spinning as he quickly thought. The Outworld Dark Stone came from a Saint Devil family in the Ice region, and it was said that it was related to their breakthrough to the Saint Devil realm. It was very likely to be related to the Demon Pearl Jade. Although he was still not sure if the Outworld Dark Stone was the Demon Pearl Jade, there was definitely a close connection between the two. After Bowing projected the video, he said to everyone, "This is it. Those who knew would know, and those who did not know would not know. There was no need to explain. Even if we don't have the Demon Pearl Jade, my friend will definitely thank anyone who has information about it." Although he didn't explain it, everyone had more or less understood the origin of the Demon Pearl Jade, and they were all shocked. In the countless years that he had spent in the demon world, there were quite a few holy demons. However, in each era it would be rare. In fact, in some eras, even after hundreds of thousands of years, there might not even be a holy demon. I'm afraid that only the Xingma family can have something like the Demon Pearl Jade. I'm afraid that no one here can take it out, a demon lord muttered. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. The Demon Pearl Jade was either passed down from the Saint Demon family, or they were lucky enough to find the remains of the Saint Demon in the ruins. But no matter what, the chances were slim. Bao's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he also understood. It seems like there's no more Demon Jade. Sigh, what a pity. He waved his hand and extinguished the projection. At the same time, he formed a seal and put the devil egg back into the ring. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Just now, when Bao's eyes glanced at the crowd, he seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally stopped on Yunxiao's face for a moment longer. Although the difference was only a moment, it could not escape Yunxiao's divine sense. Oh no! Could it be that he caught my expression when I was shocked just now? Yunxiao quickly calculated in his heart and thought to himself, if that's the case, it might lead to big trouble. At this time, all the demon lords looked at the demon egg disappearing in front of them with longing and sighing. The depressed atmosphere spread in the square, and each of them looked as if they had lost something. In a certain place within Arcade Hall, in a spacious secret room. The secret room was not big, but it was fully equipped with tables, chairs, tea, and wine. Although the decoration was simple, there was a different kind of atmosphere in the silence. All of a sudden, a layer of light spread out from the ground, and an object rose steadily from it. It was the ancient ape demon egg that had just been revealed in the square. After the demon egg revealed itself in the secret room, the light gradually dissipated, and the room regained its brightness. A black-robed demon in the corner walked up and touched the demon egg. The demon's entire face was covered by a layer of demonic clouds, and only his sharp eyes flickered occasionally. His true appearance could not be seen at all. Hee, I told you it's useless. The number of divine objects like the demon eye jade can be counted on one's fingers in the entire devil realm. How could it appear in a trade fair of this level? On the side, on an extremely wide deck chair, Richard crossed his legs and leisurely sipped tea. He said with a mocking expression. His gaze was fixed on a water mirror in the secret room. The mirror directly projected the situation inside Alcade Hall. Even the expressions of every demon could be seen clearly. I also know that the probability is extremely low, the demon said. But I'm just giving it a try. Moreover, Ing Luo, his voice suddenly stopped, and 2 rays of light shot out from his black robe and landed on the water mirror as well, as if he was staring at someone. Besides, it doesn't seem like there's no hope at all, The judge's expression changed and he frowned. Are you talking about Li Yunxiao? So Lord who has noticed it as well. It seems that Darren's eyes have never left this person. The black-robed demon laughed. When Mo Linyu first appeared, I observed every demon's face and eyes in detail. 7 of them had abnormal reactions, but Yunxiao's reaction was the most intense. And in an instant, he covered up his expression, making it impossible for others to see through his inner thoughts. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? It's indeed a little unusual, the judge said. But I don't believe that Yunxiao has the demon armor jade, or that he has a clue about it. Are you trying to protect this Li Yunxiao, Lord E? The black-robed demon suddenly asked. The judge was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned cold and he said coldly, What does Lord Zhu mean? It's nothing. I just feel that Lord who doesn't seem to want me to cause trouble for this Li Yunxiao. If you think you have the ability to find trouble with him, you can go ahead. But don't guess what I'm thinking, the referee said with a cold expression. This is a very dangerous matter. Even if you have the identity of the Holy Envoy, there is no guarantee that you won't be crushed to death by a meteorite when you are walking on the road. Zhu was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. Haha, Lord who is so humorous. I'm just saying it casually. However, His Excellency should not forget that Yunxiao was one of the leaders of the heavenly martial realm, and he would die sooner or later. Since he's currently in your tribe, why don't we join forces and kill him? This will be a great merit. Furthermore, this person possesses the monarch demonic essence. Perhaps we can use it to spy on the 6 Paths demonic weapon. He laughed coldly. I know my limits. What is a 6 Paths demonic weapon? It's not something that I, a mere demon commander, can spy on. I haven't reached the point where I'm tired of living. If Lord Zhu is itching to try, you can go and try. Zhu muttered to himself for a moment and didn't speak, but his eyes flickered. He was clearly very tempted. The referee was watching from the side with a cold smile, his eyes full of ridicule. Thinking of Yunxiao's divine abilities and means in the battle of the Kuan tribe, as well as the sword chi that made even him feel fear, and even the idea of overestimating his own strength, he could not help but mock him. After a moment of silence, the pillar said, I don't care about killing Li Yunxiao, but I must pursue the whereabouts of the demon pearl jade. The higher-ups view this matter with great importance and cannot tolerate any mistakes. That's your problem, he sneered. Right? It's said that Yuan has obtained a portion of the Demon Lord Emperor's demonic essence and has also stepped into the Saint Demon realm. I wonder what the higher-ups think about this. I've also heard of this, but I don't know much, Zhu said. After this trade fair is over, I'd like to make a trip to the Tian Han city to visit Lady Yuan and find out what's going on. As for the higher-ups' opinion, it's naturally a good thing for the Xuanji demon realm to have another holy demon. Oh, Richard responded noncommittally, but his tone was particularly strange. However, his expression was calm, as if he didn't care at all. Zhu sneered and no longer spoke. He knew that Yi's heart was not as calm as it seemed. At this moment, the trading convention was still going on in an orderly manner. After Bao yonged out the devil egg, many demon lords flew up into the sky and revealed the items they wanted to trade. Most of them could be directly exchanged with top-grade devil essence stones. After all, top-grade devil essence stones were hard currency. Only a few insisted on bartering. In the process of the transaction, Many fiend lords went to the referee on their own initiative and took out all kinds of maps to exchange for top-grade fiend essence stones. After all, the church had been spreading the news that they were purchasing all kinds of maps and information. At this moment, a burly demon lord walked over and said in a low voice, "Does Lord Xi want to take the map and other information of Ice Domain?" Xianxia moved slightly and looked over. The demon lord had thick hair, and his protruding eyes were rolling around, appearing extremely cautious. In the end, he turned around and stared at Richard. The referee was also overjoyed and replied in a low voice, "You have one?" "Yes." The demon lord nodded and said, "Hundreds of years ago, I was from the ice region." He took out a pitch-black jade slip, held it in his hand, and stretched it out, saying, 1,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. The referee's face immediately sank, the joy on his face completely gone. His hand that had been stretched out also stopped in midair, but before he could touch the jade slip, he pulled it back and coldly stared at the demon lord. "You're extorting me." The demon lord's expression changed slightly, and then he laughed hideously. "Master, who is the #1 master refiner in the Vatican clan? What's this little bit of money? If it wasn't for the news that Darren released that he would buy it at a high price, I wouldn't even bother to take it out and sell it. Furthermore, if it's not 1,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones, how can it be called a high price?" "A high price doesn't mean that you're being extorted," Xiang said coldly. "I think Master is a little confused. He can't tell the difference between the two." The demon lord gave a muffled grunt, a look of anger appearing on his face. Somewhat impatiently, he said, "Just one sentence, are you buying or not? I can guarantee that I'm probably the only one in the entire Shooting Star City who has a complete map of the ice domain. Not only that, but there was also a large amount of information about the ice domain. To those who needed it, it was definitely worth the price. Of course, if you don't need it, even one mana stone is too expensive. If I were to buy it with 1,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil vitality stones, would you have the ability to walk out of Shooting Star City?" The demon lord's expression changed greatly as he said angrily, "You're threatening me. I'm the head of a tribe," he said coldly, "and I'm quite famous and have a bit of a temper in the tribe. How can I let a small pawn like you extort me? If you still want to stay in the Kuan tribe in the future, I advise you to leave some leeway." A trace of fear flickered in the demon lord's eyes. Although it was just a flash, Yunxiao and Phoenix caught it. Finally, after pondering for a while, the demon lord gritted his teeth and said, "Good. Then, for the sake of Master the deal is closed for 700 cubic meters of top-grade demonic vitality stones. This price can't be any lower. Just treat it as making friends with Darren." "This price is also on the high side," Lewis said coldly. "However, I am indeed in urgent need of information on the ice domain. I will agree to your price. If the item isn't as comprehensive as you described and can't satisfy me, you can take the initiative to refund the money. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. As for being friends, what qualifications do you have to be my friend?" Anger and embarrassment appeared on the Demon King's face, but he also knew that 700 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones was not cheap. He was indeed in the wrong, so he kept quiet and only said, "Don't worry. Even the big families in the ice region might not have the information I have." After counting the top-grade devil essence stones, the referee handed over the jade slip. After the demonic monarch got the top-grade demonic vitality stone, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but be excited. When he was about to leave, he was stopped by the referee. Richard stared at him coldly and said with a smile, "We haven't checked the goods yet. Why are you so anxious?" The demon lord paled, but he still calmed down and stood there quietly. After all, in this Alcade Hall, he guessed that even the Holy See would not dare to act recklessly. Yunxiao picked up the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then scanned it with his divine sense. His expression was calm and composed, but after a moment, his sword-like brows suddenly furrowed, and vertical lines began to appear between his brows. "What, is it wrong?" the referee asked. The demon lord paled, apparently somewhat panicked. afraid that the referee and the others would go back on their word. Xiao did not say a word, but continued to read the information in the jade slip with his divine sense. After a long while, he put down the jade slip and said in a deep voice, "Let him go. The information inside is very detailed, and it just so happens to have what I need." The demon lord's heart immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "Ha, I didn't lie to you, did I?" He swaggered off a few times and swaggered away. The judge was suspicious. "Then Lord Li, what are you doing?" Xiao sighed. According to the records in the jade slip, the ice region is one of the ancient regions of the Devil Realm. It will take at least 500 years to reach it from the central area. Xiao Hong was also completely stunned. 500 years old. The ancient realm? The referee was shocked. In that case, we'll have to use the super teleportation formation that leads to the Arceus region. A super teleportation formation? Is there such a formation in the Kuan tribe? Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, the referee nodded. But it's rarely used, and I remember only using it 3 times. The so-called central area of the Devil World should be referring to the vast space occupied by the 8 tribes. In the entire 8 tribes, there were only 6 super teleportation arrays, and they had been passed down from ancient times, and had been carefully protected by the 8 tribes. It's because there doesn't seem to be any demons in the world who can build such a teleportation formation. Only 3 times? Xiao frowned. Only 3 times? Then the conditions for the teleportation should be very harsh, right? I don't know the details either. He shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Lord Bao later. Or, he could use a large number of large and medium-sized teleportation formations to go to the ice domain. That demon lord just now should have come from the ice domain like this. However, the delay on the road will probably take a few years. Xiao's face flickered. I can't wait for a few years. I have to find a way to use the super teleportation array of the Kuan tribe. A few wisps of worry also surfaced on Richard's brows. He knew that things were not that simple. The trade fair continued, and after about a day had passed, nearly 100 people had displayed their items, but less than half of them had been sold. At this moment, a small and thin demon lord took advantage of the fact that there was no one in the air and flew up. The demon lord was dressed in a black robe, and his outstretched arm was thin and dry. His face was somewhat wooden and pale, as if he was sick. However, her tiny eyes were full of life. I'll introduce myself first. You can call me Juan, from another tribe. Juan gave a simple self-introduction and said, I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here to purchase a large number of materials. With a wave of his hand, rays of green light flickered on his fingertips and directly condensed into words a few feet in front of him. Beside each word, a detailed image of an item appeared. Xiao and the judge seemed to have an idea at the same time. They exchanged a glance and confirmed their thoughts. This Mo Juan must also be an alchemist. Only an alchemist would need so many raw materials. They were not the only ones who had guessed it. Many other demon lords also had similar thoughts. They looked at Juan in surprise, trying to guess his origins. In just a few breaths, hundreds of raw materials and various accompanying pictures appeared beside Juan. It was a dazzling sight. In the secret room of Arcade Hall, Yen and Zhu were also sizing up this demon lord. Their faces revealed different degrees of seriousness. Does Lord Zhu know this person's background? The referee asked. Zhu shook his head and said, They most likely ran out from the other 4 divisions. It's very chaotic in the 4 departments now, but it'll be fine after a period of silence. I can see that the materials he's asking for aren't ordinary, he said with a thoughtful smile. This person's skills in sorcery might be very impressive. What? Does your excellency want to take this person into your account? Hee. If he really came from the 4 divisions, why not? He laughed nastily. He blinked a few times and began to calculate in his heart. Now that the 4 divisions were in chaos, they definitely didn't have the energy to fight with him. Who knew when the 4 divisions would stabilize? After Juan listed all the materials, he looked at the crowd expressionlessly and said, I'll buy everything with top-quality devil essence stones. I'll buy as many as you have. Hee, what big words. I wonder how many devil essence stones Sir brought. One of the demon lords said sarcastically. Friends who have materials can sell them now, Juan said indifferently. Name your price. If there's nothing, just watch the show. This lord doesn't have the time to deal with it. You coward! The demon lord was enraged. With a wave of his right hand, he caught a tricolored stone and sneered. This is a 3-colored dough crystal, one of the materials you need. I'm selling it for 700 top-grade devil essence stones. Do you want it? Juan took a look and said indifferently. The quality is not bad, although it's a little expensive. Looking at your poor appearance, I guess your family is waiting for this little money to go into the pot. Hand it over. He reached out his hand and grabbed. The space became stagnant and the 3-colored dough crystal in the demonic monarch's hand was instantly sucked up. Then, a storage bag was thrown down and landed in the palm of the demon lord. Ah? This Ing Luo? The demon lord only felt dazed for a moment before the transaction was completed, and his expression changed drastically. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. From the move just now, the other party's strength was far above his. Thinking of the offense just now, he couldn't help but feel regretful. He hurriedly bowed and nodded, repeatedly apologizing in a low voice. As soon as the transaction was completed, many people immediately became excited. They took out all the materials they had in order to get a good price. The trade center immediately became lively, and after a few hours, almost everyone had changed. Juan's face was calm the whole time, and no joy could be seen on it. However, some people calculated that he had at least taken out more than 30,000 top-grade devil essence stones, which surprised many people. After the happy trade, the entire Arcade Hall's trade began to become deserted. At this moment, a man suddenly flew into the sky, causing Xianxia's body to tremble as he looked at him with a serious expression. This person was Mero, one of the 7 demon lords in the northwest. He slowly paced in the air a few times and said, This one has a supreme treasure that I would like to bid for. I wonder if there are any friends who know this. The judge's expression changed slightly as well. He gave Xianxia a glance, but he soon calmed down. Although that thing was precious, there were not many people who knew about it, so it was hard to sell it. Sure enough, the object that was extracted was Noah's ship. A golden light flickered above the trading hall. The exquisite craftsmanship and the natural spiritual aura made people gasp in amazement. This profound level weapon is probably not simple, right? All sorts of discussions could be heard in the trading hall. What's the name of this profound level weapon? A demon lord suddenly asked. What abilities does it have? Please tell me in detail. I've only obtained this item by chance, Sui said with a troubled expression. I don't know the specific information. However, it's clearly a valuable treasure. Tisk, so you don't even know. A wave of mocking voices immediately surged from below. Someone shouted in a strange voice, You don't know anything and just want to make a fortune out of this, right? All kinds of mocking voices came, and Mero's face immediately swelled red. He said angrily, Bullshit. When I obtained it, it was traveling through the void and was intercepted by me when I noticed it. The power of his ability is unparalleled. Oh? If that's the case, then why don't you demonstrate it to us, sir? A demon lord leisurely said. Bao also looked at the Mero and nodded slightly, indicating that he could show it. Mero was stunned. After a long time, he said, This thing seems to be a profound level weapon from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Can't be driven by the power of devil essence. The trade plaza instantly fell silent, followed by a storm of laughter. All sorts of mocking voices drowned the entire Arcade Hall. Mero was instantly stunned. He stood in the sky in a daze as he was swallowed up by wave after wave of ridicule. In the secret room, he also shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was originally quite optimistic about this profound level weapon. I didn't expect that it can't be used with devil essence. What's the use of it? Zhu nodded. It's indeed of little value, but in the realm of heavenly martial arts, it'll be an extraordinary thing. The ridicule and laughter in the square rang out for half a cup of tea's time. From the initial shame and anger, Mero became angry from embarrassment, and finally numb. He stood in the sky in a daze, his eyes dull. He regretted not selling it directly to Xianxia at the price of 7,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade fiend vitality stones. As a result, he had lost so much face that he would not be able to raise his head for decades. The referee also revealed a knowing smile, as if he deserved to die. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out in the hall. "How much are you selling it for?" Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely penetrating, and everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone's gaze turned over, and it was none other than that Huan. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he had a bad feeling. He looked at the man with a solemn expression, as if he wanted to see through him. However, the wide black robe he was wearing could directly isolate his divine sense, and he was completely unable to spy on him. Mero was stunned for a moment, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, 7,000 cubes! It's only 7,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. This is crazy. One chicken rib for 7,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. Haha. Don't scold him. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought a chicken rib to trade. Haha, that's true. I think this person is so poor that he's trying to take advantage of the situation. Alas, what's going on with this trading convention? The quality is getting worse with each passing year. The threshold is too low. Mero's face turned red again. He also regretted bidding too high for fear that the man would go back on his words, so he hurriedly said, "It's fine to reduce it a little. No need, 7,000 cubic meters it is," Huan indifferently replied. He took out a storage bag, threw it over, and immediately grabbed the Noah's ship. Suddenly, the space around him froze. A strange force appeared and instantly interrupted Huan's power. Noah's ship spun a few times in the air before stopping. The bag of top-grade demonic vitality stones was also thrown back and landed in Huan's hands. All the demons' expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but be angry. They didn't expect that someone would dare to interrupt the deal. Bao's expression was also extremely unsightly. He immediately flew up and looked at the figure that was gradually appearing in the sky. He said in a cold voice, "Lord Li, please give me an explanation." The person who attacked was Yunxiao, and he immediately sensed that hundreds of eyes were focused on him, all of which were filled with ill intent. Yunxiao did not panic, but said indifferently, "I'm not interrupting the deal. It's just that this Sir Huan is too fast. I also want to buy this thing. I'll offer 7,500 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones." The demons couldn't help but frown, and their cold killing intent immediately decreased. They couldn't help but be shocked. How could such a useless thing be worth so much money? This isn't an auction, and the highest bidder doesn't get it. Huan sneered. Since I've offered him the price he wants, then the deal is done. You have a point, Bao nodded. It's not up to you, the buyer, to decide whether it's reasonable or not, Yunxiao said with a smile. We have to see what the seller wants, don't we? Lord Mero, he turned around and said, do you wish for this profound level weapon to be sold for 7,000 cubic meters of demonic vitality stones? Or do you wish for the highest bidder to get it? Sui was overjoyed. He coughed twice to cover it up and said, cough, cough. Of course, the highest bidder will get it. To tell the truth, 7,000 cubic meters of top-grade Devil's Vitality Stones is really too little. This profound level weapon is far more valuable than this. TSK. Swish. There was a wave of sighs below, and all kinds of curses and mockery rose. He had clearly offered 7,000 cubes, but now he was going back on his word. However, everyone could understand Mero's actions, but the key was that he was too pretentious. All right, Bao thought for a moment and said, since the seller has agreed that the highest price will get it, then I have nothing to say. You can continue. Bao's figure flickered and he flew away from the center, returning to the side to quietly watch. Huan's face finally sank, as if he realized the trouble. He looked at Noah's ship and said, 8,000 cubes. 10,000 cubes, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. As soon as this price was announced, The entire place was filled with gasps and looks of shock. Mero was extremely excited, his hands rubbing in front of him desperately. Clearly, he was too excited. The referee was a little worried, because Juan's identity was a little mysterious. Moreover, from the way he had attacked before, it seemed that he was quite wealthy. If he were to waste time with Yunxiao, he would be in big trouble. After all, Yunxiao did not have any fiend energy stones, and he would have to pay for it himself. She also regretted not buying it directly back then. Juan stared at Yunxiao for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, 12,000. 12,000. The price refreshed again. Everyone felt that it was a little unreal and looked at the two of them strangely. However, no one felt that this battleship was really worth that many devil essence stones. They all thought that they were just acting in a fit of pique. They couldn't help but envy Mero's good luck to meet two fools. Even the single-class members of the 7 Northwestern divisions all wore envious expressions. Yunxiao sneered and continued to bid, 15,000, 20,000. Juan did not stop for a moment and reported, 25,000. Yunxiao said coldly, 30,000. Juan smiled faintly. Everyone, hee. The entire trading hall instantly became abnormally quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was like a haunted house. Everyone was stunned by the price. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he said coldly, Lord Bao, I think this person is deliberately causing trouble. He simply couldn't take out 30,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil essence stones. After all, he has already spent over 30,000 cubes. I have reason to suspect that he's intentionally causing trouble. Yunxiao was not the only one who was suspicious. The other demons also looked suspicious. After all, the price was too shocking, and it was outrageous to buy something of little value. Even the Mero itself was shocked by the price and began to doubt. Lord Li's question is very reasonable, Bao nodded. If you can't take out 30,000 high-quality devil origin stones, then you're deliberately causing trouble. When the time comes, my department will not be polite. His sharp eyes swept over and landed on Juan. There was one more thing that Bao Bao didn't say. If this person really could take out another 30,000 high-grade devil origin stones, his identity would be even more suspicious, and the Kuan tribe wouldn't let him off easily. Juan did not panic in the face of everyone's doubts. He just laughed, grabbed a storage bag, and threw it to Bao. After Bao took it and scanned it with his divine sense, his expression changed slightly. He returned the storage bag to Juan and shouted, There are indeed 30,000 top-grade devil essence stones. No problem with the deal. Please continue. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side without a word, but his face was a little gloomy. This time, all sorts of exclamations and whispers sounded in the surroundings. Yunxiao's face also turned serious. Juan smiled as he looked at Yunxiao and said, What's the matter? You're welcome to continue bidding. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, 35,000 it is, then. Voila, the crowd almost exploded. Are these two crazy? What's with that profound level weapon? Is it really worth that much money? Worth my ass. It's because the two idiots are acting in a fit of pique. This time, it's going to be cheap for the idiot who's selling it. Hee, I think you're just jealous, right? This is his fate, you can't not be convinced. The judge almost fainted. 35,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones. Even if it was her demon sect, she would have to sell everything she had to get that amount. This time, it was Huan Yu's turn to feel dizzy. He steadied his mind and said, Lord Bao, now I have reason to suspect that this friend is just being unreasonable. I don't believe that he can take out 35,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones. Bao nodded and said, Lord Li, the other party's suspicions are reasonable. Please show us your financial resources. Before Yunxiao could say anything, the referee cried out, The Kuan tribe will vouch for him. I think that although 35,000 cubes is a lot, with the power of my tribe, we should still be able to produce it. An inexplicable expression appeared on Bao's face as he gently nodded and said, With Master Yi as a guarantor, of course I can. There's no problem now, he said to Xianxia. Huan was also a little dumbfounded. He looked at Yi and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong, Lord Huan? Xiao said coldly. You're done playing? 40,000, Huan said after a moment of thought. Voila! The trade center exploded once again. Mero's face was already red with excitement. His hands were shaking in the air, almost unable to control himself. In the secret room, Mo Haju's face was also solemn. He stared at the girl for a long time, but felt very unfamiliar. He had no impression of her in his mind. Are you still going to add? Huan smiled. Xiao nodded and said with a calm face, You've won. The surroundings were filled with noisy discussions, and all sorts of arguments were very intense. Xiao gave Huan an indifferent look, then flew down and landed beside the referee without saying a word. Both Richard and Xiao Hong were very concerned about him. They asked at the same time, Are you all right? Xiao shook his head slightly, but his eyes were still fixed on Huan. Bao also suppressed the shock in his heart. He revealed a habitual smile and said, I'm very pleased that you managed to obtain this treasure. This auction was truly exciting. Now, let's hand over the goods. Huan nodded and gently stepped into the void. With a few steps, he came to Sui's side, took out a storage bag, and handed it over. These 40,000 top-quality Devil Origin Stones are yours. Mero took a deep breath, feeling difficulty in breathing. He shakily reached out to take the storage bag. Just as his hands touched the bag, he suddenly felt his mind go sluggish, as if an invisible force was gripping his heart. You coward! Before he could finish his sentence, his body exploded with a bang. The upper half of his body flew out, and his face was still full of fear and anger. Damn it! You dare to cheat! Although the marrow had been blown into two, it did not die, but the upper body began to degrade. Demonic chi kept coming out of that angry face, turning into demonic chi and flying out. Mero's face was full of fear as he shouted, Save me! Master Hu, please save me. I don't want to die. However, it was obvious that no one cared about him. After the upper half of his body was blasted several hundred feet away, it completely disintegrated into a pair of low-level demons and dispersed. Mero's consciousness also dissipated from the world, and he was considered to be completely dead. The whole process happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, Huan had already put Noah's ship in his hands. Damn it! How dare you, you rat! Bao suddenly roared, and a shocking killing intent bloomed from his body, directly rushing into the sky. However, Huan only smiled lightly, as if he had been prepared. He turned around and stepped 1,000 feet away, taking the opportunity to leave. But the smile on his face froze as soon as it appeared, because Xiao had been waiting for him at the front of the road, his face full of ridicule. Huan's expression changed several times. Finally, he waved his right hand and a golden light shot out. He shouted, Take it! You go first. I'll see you at the usual place outside the city. With that, his body suddenly exploded with a boom, turning into a ball of demonic chi and scattering in the air. Xiao was taken aback, but he caught the golden light with a hand. It was indeed Noah's ship. He didn't understand. Did this person go through so much trouble to get Noah's ship just to frame him? That's not possible, right? When he came back to his senses, he could no longer sense Huan's existence. Only the hundreds of powerful killing auras around him locked onto him. The demonic aura gradually dispersed, and Bao walked out of it. He stared at Xiao with his sharp eyes and said coldly, Great! I didn't expect you guys to play a double act and deceive us all. The referee, who was in the distance, also flew up and explained loudly. Lord Li is innocent. That person was trying to harm him. But at this moment, no one was listening to her explanation. All of them surrounded Xiao with solemn faces. After all, killing people in Arcade Hall for treasures was something that was almost unheard of. Yet they did not expect it to appear right under their eyes. Master Hu, I advise you to calm down, Bao said coldly. He's not the only suspect right now. We'll also have to control you. What did you say? The referee's expression changed. He was shocked and furious. I know Master House promised to you, Bao said coldly. But that's a separate matter. If this matter is related to you, you're definitely not going to live. He waved his hand, and a few demon lords landed beside E. Demonic chi burst out of their bodies, and their powerful aura suppressed E. If he tried to resist, they would attack immediately. It wasn't just E. Even Xiao Hong, Z, and another demon lord of the Kuan tribe were surrounded by a few people and were all under control. Yun Xiao put Noah's ship away and said indifferently, "What a joke! Which eye of yours saw me killing people and snatching their treasures? However, that person threw the treasure to me and shouted that I'm an accomplice? Don't tell me that you know that there's no hope in apprehending the murderer, so you deliberately used me as a replacement." Lord Li's words are really sharp, Bao grunted. I didn't say that you're the murderer, I just said that you're the prime suspect. After all, that treasure is in your hands right now. As long as you cooperate with us, you'll naturally be fine. Of course, Yun Xiao said. I'll cooperate with you, but I'm afraid you'll fall for that person's scheme. He deliberately threw the treasure to me and then used a powerful escape technique so that you couldn't find him in a moment of desperation and had your eyes all locked on me. I'm afraid that person took this opportunity to escape. What Lord Li said is very likely, but Arcade Hall is not an ordinary place. It would be difficult for him to escape from this place without anyone knowing. For now, my lords, please stand in the air and don't act rashly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The judge and the others had no choice but to stand in the sky with Yun Xiao and accept the supervision of the crowd, knowing the seriousness of the matter. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face. He put his hands behind his back and let them watch him. After all, this trip to the Shooting Star City was not in vain. Not only did they complete their original mission, but they also obtained the map of the Frost Domain. Moreover, he had also unexpectedly obtained Noah's ship, which was an overjoyed harvest. And according to what the Marrow said, Yi Nantian might have been killed if he had intercepted the Noah's ship when it was traveling through the void. Perhaps he could find some clues from it. Besides, the reason why he accepted the investigation and supervision was so that he wouldn't fall out with the Kuan clan, and that he would be preparing to use that super-teleporting magic formation soon. If they fell out now, then the matter of borrowing the array would probably be over. The only thing Yun Xiao found strange was Huan's identity. He seemed to have an extraordinary background, but judging from the looks of Bao and the others, the people of the Kuan tribe were also very unfamiliar with him. Just as the trade center was in a mess, in the secret room, Yan and Zhu were also very surprised. Yi was even more furious and stared at the water mirror. However, when the demonic chi spread out, he completely lost sight of Huan. He continuously cast the incantation seals into the water mirror, and the light and shadow in the mirror began to change. The images moved rapidly, and it was the entire Arcade Hall, displaying the various scenes. However, Shui Jing searched the area, and other than seeing a few demons having an affair in the dark, he did not find any trace of Huan. How is this possible? He was shocked. Huan had actually slipped away right under his nose. Zhu was also quite surprised. He walked over and looked at the water mirror together. He said strangely, "Just who is this divine being to actually have such methods?" Just as the two of them were in shock, their expressions suddenly changed, and they shouted in unison, "Who is it?" A long shadow had appeared beside the huge ancient demon ape egg. The shadow did not care about the two of them. Instead, it continued to cast various seals on the giant egg. Many complicated patterns immediately appeared on the egg, dazzling one's eyes. "Stop!" Zhu roared loudly, instantly unable to restrain his anger. Someone actually dared to have ideas about the devil egg. It was simply moving the earth above the head of the emperor. He clapped his hands and turned them into a giant blade. The space was cut in half with a chi-chi sound. Swish! The demonic shadow was also penetrated by the demonic blade and cut in half. It gradually dissipated in front of the two of them. However, before the shadow had completely dissipated, the two of them were surprised to find that another shadow had condensed on the top of the demon egg. The figure seemed to completely ignore the existence of the two people and continued to cast hand seals on the demon egg. Its movements were extremely crazy, but the aura it exuded was very calm. Die! Zhu was furious, but at the same time, his heart was filled with shock. His figure flickered and he flew above the devil egg, personally striking it with his palm. However, he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of damaging the devil egg. Thus, he still fought very carefully, holding back from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vase. However, the other party didn't need to worry. He laughed and also struck out with his palms. Boom! The 4 palms collided, and the pillar was sent flying more than 10 zhang away. The shadow on the demon egg revealed a sinister smile. His hands quickly formed seals and slapped on the demon egg. Suddenly, a layer of light and shadow gradually appeared, wrapping around the demon egg and him, gradually fading in front of the skeleton and the pillar. Stop him! Zhu was shocked and roared. Quickly attack! Stop him! That devil egg was extremely precious. If it was lost, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The most vexing thing was that he didn't dare to fight in this place. The devil egg definitely couldn't withstand such a powerful impact. The judge's pupils suddenly contracted, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He said angrily, "You're Huan!" Although the person in front of him had covered his face, the referee recognized his strange smile immediately. Originally, Huan had only wanted to snatch the demon egg, while Richard had the attitude of watching a good show. Now, however, he was extremely furious. He didn't care whether the devil egg was broken or not. His figure flashed and rushed up, immediately appearing above the devil egg. He formed an incantation seal and struck it violently. "Be careful of the magic egg," Zhu said in alarm. However, Yi's expression was ferocious. He didn't even care about him and directly attacked with all his might. Huan's expression finally changed. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his body suddenly grew larger. His face elongated and deformed, and his body swelled up like a porcupine's, as if he was just a skin bag without bones and blood. When the skin swelled to a certain extent, it began to crack. Demonic runes covered it, and demonic light seeped out from the cracks. Bang! The skin finally burst open and turned into demonic chi. In its place was a tall and thin old man with a ferocious face. The old man glared at the referee with a venomous look in his eyes. His hands formed seals as he raised his palms to meet the attack. If Xianxia were here, he would be so shocked that he would not be able to help but attack. The person in front of him was Lu Zongzi. Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he suddenly thought of something. It was said that there was a vicious hiding technique that could directly refine the devil into a piece of devil skin and cover the body, which could hide all of one's aura, making it impossible to recognize. The person in front of him had clearly used this secret technique, and Huan was only a piece of his demon skin. When the referee thought of this, he couldn't help but be angered by the viciousness of this person in front of him. The seals in his hands strengthened a little as he shouted, "Die!" Lu Zongzi laughed hideously, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. A Tai Chi fish-like mask appeared on his face, and as he rotated his hand seals, the gold and silver truncheons shot out from his palms. Boom! As the 4 palms collided, a powerful and unparalleled force directly crushed down. Lu Zongzi seemed to be unable to resist. Demonic chi kept coming out of his body. The ancient demon ape egg under him suddenly became faint and gradually disappeared. "Where's the demon egg?" Zhu's eyes almost popped out, and he felt his scalp go numb. The demon egg was actually lost under his eyes. Because that thing had a life of its own, it could not be put into a storage profound level weapon. But now, it had been transported out by Lu Zongzi through some inexplicable means. He almost went crazy and rushed down with a roar. "Hey!" As soon as Lu Zongzi saw that the devil egg had been successfully obtained, he chuckled and withdrew his palm. His figure flickered a few times, and he was about to retreat from the Kuan's attack. Guangzhu's palm force poured down in torrents and continuously exploded on his body. Although his skin and flesh were writhing from the explosions, there was a faint light flickering between the blood light that protected his body and prevented his vital points from being injured. "You're from the realm of heavenly martial arts," The judge shouted in anger when he saw the blood. Lu Zongzi retreated several times. His body flashed and he stuck to the wall and went through it. He chuckled and said, "Thank you, my lords, for giving me the magic egg and Noah's ship." The referee was furious as he threw out a punch. The stone wall was blown to pieces with a boom, but Lu Zongzi was nowhere to be seen. Wah! Zhu's hands held his head, his expression becoming extremely fierce. He said madly, "What do we do now? I lost the demon egg. I'm finished. How am I going to report back?" The referee said in a deep voice, "Calm down. That person is definitely still in Arcade Hall and can't possibly escape so quickly. However, that devil egg swan and I has probably already been teleported out. A person from the realm of heavenly martial arts. This man must be an accomplice of Yunxiao. That's right. Interrogate that Li Yunxiao and make him spit out the devil egg." Zhu's eyes were red with anger, and he almost lost his mind. The referee raised his hand in front of him and frowned. "Calm down. It's impossible for Yunxiao to be in cahoots with that man. That man has been trying to frame Yunxiao from the beginning to the end. Can't you see such a simple thing? Framed? Humph. I think you're the one protecting Li Yunxiao." Zhu smacked out with his palm, shaking off the referee's arm, and said in a cold voice, "I can see that you've been protecting Li Yunxiao in all aspects since the beginning. If that's the case, you might have a part in the plot to steal the devil egg, right?" Whoosh! The referee angrily said, "Zhu, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? If you're spouting nonsense, don't blame me for disregarding your status as a holy envoy." The two of them quieted down and glared at each other for a while before they gradually calmed down. "Yunxiao?" Zhu pondered. "Are you sure that man is trying to frame Yunxiao? You don't even understand such a simple method. But there was one thing for sure. He must know Yunxiao. In the fight just now, this man was wounded by me and bled, which proves that he is also from the realm of heavenly martial arts. This person's thoughts are meticulous and his courage is superb. It's simply a bit terrifying." Yi's eyes flickered, as if he was recalling everything and connecting them together. He said, "His original goal should have been the demon egg. No, there was also the gathering of materials. The gathering of raw materials should also be real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many top-grade devil origin stones to attract attention. But fighting with Yunxiao for the golden warship must have been a last-minute idea. If I'm not wrong," the judge said coldly, "he used the golden warship and Li Yunxiao's appearance. He must have thought about killing and snatching the treasure, then shifting the blame to Yunxiao to divert everyone's attention, and then attacking the demon egg. What a terrifying thought and means, and his ability to adapt to the situation is simply terrifying." Humph! Zhu's face darkened and he snorted. "I've said so much and all I've heard is you talking about how powerful and terrifying the enemy is. How do we find this enemy? If the demon egg is lost, not only will I not be able to bear the responsibility, but I'm afraid that the higher-ups will also blame you. At that time, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The referee thought for a moment and said, "There are two breakthroughs. The first one is Li Yunxiao. He must know him. The second was the origin of those top-grade devil essence stones. This person has more than 60,000 cubic meters of top-grade devil origin stones on him. It's impossible for him to come out of thin air." Zhu's eyes burst with light. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Yeah, this is indeed a crucial point. If there was no one supporting him from behind, it would be impossible for him to collect so many top-quality devil origin stones." His face was full of anger and killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I find out who is supporting this person in the devil world, I will definitely tear that person into pieces." "Let's not worry about it for now," the referee said. "I'll first seal Arcade Hall and Shooting Star City. I'll also expand the area of the seal to 100 miles outside of Shooting Star City." Then he would slowly think of a way. The space of the devil realm is not as fragile as the space of the heavenly martial arts realm. I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult for them to break through the space and leave. After Zhu heard this, he also felt that there was a good chance of finding the person. He immediately recovered from his frustration and depression and began to recover his normal thinking ability. The two of them arrived at the trading hall in a flash. Yi's appearance immediately caused quite a stir, and everyone's eyes gathered over. Bao was taken aback. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Sir, please." The referee stretched out his hand and interrupted him. "There's no need to say anything. I know everything. Immediately lock down Arcade Hall, Shooting Star City, and the surrounding 100 li of Shooting Star City." "What? Seal off Shooting Star City?" All the demons present were shocked. The Shooting Star City was too big. If they were to seal the city, they would have to expend an uncountable amount of energy. "It just so happens that most of the powerful warriors are in the city now," said he coldly. "Use my name to mobilize all the Kuan demons. Kill anyone who disobeys." The demons outside the Kuan division had to stay in the Shooting Star City. If anyone left the city, they would be killed immediately. In addition, take some experts with you to personally guard the teleportation formation. During this period of time, cancel all teleportations. Anyone who disobeys will be killed immediately. After 3 heavy orders of kill them directly were issued in a row, the surrounding demons all looked nervous. Those who wanted to leave the city found it hard to open their mouths. The referee waved his hand and said, "Do it now. As for Xianxia and the people of the Kuan tribe, let them go. They have nothing to do with this." Bao took in a deep breath of cold air and said, "Yes." His expression was grave like never before. He knew that this was the biggest event in the Kuan tribe in the past few hundred years. He gave Xianxia and the judge a look, then ordered his men to retreat. After counting the men and horses, some of them immediately shot out in all directions to carry out the order. All the demons of the Kuan tribe in the entire market were also mobilized, following some of the higher-ups of the Kuan tribe. Soon, only a few experts from other tribes were left in the hall. Many of those who were just here to watch the show had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt as if they had become the prisoners of the Shooting Star City. The referee's gaze swept across the remaining people. Everyone who was stared at by him was as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to look directly at him. In the end, his eyes fell on Xianxia, and what greeted him was a pair of eyes as calm as water and a faint smile. "Humph!" The judge grunted and walked up to Xianxia in a few steps, leaving a distance of 30 to 40 feet between them. "The man just now is from the realm of heavenly martial arts," the referee said. "Do you know him?" Under Xianxia's surprised gaze, he waved his hand, and a light screen emerged beside the two, revealing Lu Congzi's face. "Lu Congzi!" Xiao's eyes burst with a bright light, and his face fell. The referee stared at him and said in a cold voice, "You really do know him. Where is this person from and where is he now?" Zhu also flashed over and stood behind Xiao, locking him down with his divine sense for fear that he would escape. After being stunned for a while, Xiao immediately figured out the cause and effect. He could not help but say in frustration, "So that's how it is. It's really him. Sigh. I should have thought of this earlier. Take us to that person's old nest, or don't blame us for being impolite." Zhu said coldly, "I don't know where his lair is." Xiao shook his head. "But I know that he's with the great demon barbarian." "Barbarian?" Zhu and Yi's eyelids twitched, and they revealed shocked expressions. In the trade plaza, a demon lord of the barbarian tribe suddenly shouted in anger, "Nonsense! Our berserker tribe has never seen this person before. Just who are you? What are your intentions? And why are you trying to frame our tribe?" Everyone looked over, and the demon lord grew rather timid. He seemed rather afraid under everyone's gazes, but he still summoned his courage and cupped his fists. "My lords are wise. This one is from the barbarian tribe and has never seen that man. Then, do you have a fiend lord named Bai, Chong, and Heji in your barbarian tribe?" Xiao asked after a moment of silence. "Indeed, but Lord Chong and Ji seem to have disappeared for a long time." The demon lord was stunned. "That's right," Xiao said. "These two people didn't disappear, but they died in the crack of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Lu Congzi is with them." What proof do you have? The demon lord's expression changed greatly as he angrily said. Yun Xiao gave him a contemptuous look and sneered. I'm telling the truth. I don't need any evidence. You coward. What a load of nonsense. Everyone, please be reasonable. How can you slander others so casually? The demon lord said angrily. Yun Xiao ignored him. His face was full of pride, and he did not want to be slandered. Are you sure he has joined the barbarian tribe? Asked Xiang. At least more than a year ago. Yun Xiao nodded. I can't be sure if it is still the case now. Zhu frowned. You trust this person so much. He obviously didn't believe it, and he was extremely dissatisfied with the church's actions. I did believe him, the referee said. Right now, among the 8 departments, if there's anyone who's most likely to support that person, it's man. What if it's not man? Zhu became silent. This one, Yun Xiao said. Did I say I'm supporting him? I'm only saying that Lu Congzi joined the barbarians more than a year ago. I'm not sure about the current situation. Haha, you just want to say that no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with you, right? It has nothing to do with me, Yun Xiao said indifferently. It has nothing to do with me. However, if you want to get even with Lu Congzi, you can take me with you. Because I also have a deep hatred for this person. A cold light flashed in the pillar's eyes, and it said, You have a grudge? You think we'll believe you? He looked at the referee and grunted. He added, Except for the church. Yun Xiao smiled and crossed his fingers in front of him as he said, I didn't ask you to believe me. However, if you waste your time on me, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult to find Lu Congzi. You don't have to worry about this, Zhu snorted. Then do you have a way to find him? He asked. No. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, I don't have any particularly good ideas. This person's strength was tyrannical, and he was full of tricks. He was an extremely difficult person to deal with. If we can't kill him in the Shooting Star City this time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill him again. Don't worry, I'll definitely find him, Louis nodded. I hope I can see your attitude when the time comes to prove that everything you said is true. Yun Xiao's eyes were frosty as he said, Don't worry. If this person appears, I will definitely take action. Before we find that person, you should stay in Shooting Star City, the referee said. Yun Xiao nodded helplessly. Whether it was killing Lu Congzi or borrowing the super teleportation array, he had to rely on the Holy See, and he had no choice but to obey. Soon, the entire Alcade Hall was turned over, but they didn't find Lu Congzi or the Devil Egg. Only then did they open the restriction of Alcade Hall and let everyone leave. At this moment, the entire Shooting Star City was in a state of panic. The people on the streets seemed to have received the news long ago and stayed in their own territories, not allowed to wander around. All kinds of rumors and news flew around as if they had wings. Yun Xiao and the others returned to the Vatican and stayed behind closed doors. Yun Xiao even asked for a secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. In order to prevent others from disturbing him, he waved his hand and set up a golden light, which turned into thousands of golden runes and disappeared into the surrounding space. He was still worried, so he threw out the 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords and arranged them in a certain order beside him. As the sword chi flickered, all the light was retracted back into the sword. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand. A gust of strong wind swirled out of his palm and turned into a crocodile, which lay not far away. It opened its eyes for a moment, then closed them again and went back to sleep. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The crocodile seemed to be affected by the demonic realm's power, but it did not seem strong. It adapted very quickly. After all, the Tao turned into one. One gave birth to yin and yang, then the 5 elements, and displayed the changes of heaven and earth. Even the entire demonic dimension was formed from the 5 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. After doing all this, he carefully took out Noah's ship and held it in his palm. Whether Yi Nantian was alive or dead, they could only find the answer from the profound level weapon. It was a pity that Yi Fan was not in the Divine Realm tablet, and the mark on the battleship was too strong. If he forced his way in, He was afraid that he would erase the divine sense inside. He could only sense the frequency it emitted, adjust his divine sense to match it, and then slowly fuse it with his divine sense, trying to read the situation inside. Half a day later, as Xianxia changed the incantation gestures in his hands, golden Maha ancient characters kept lighting up on both the warship and itself. When Yunantion first created this quasi-saint weapon, he relied on his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth and the Maha ancient god tactic. At this moment, Xianxia began to analyze the structure and the arrangement of laws of Noah's ship from these 2 points, trying to peek inside without destroying the restrictions on it. Under the control of his seals, Noah's ship continued to spin and flip, full of spiritual light. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes widened, and a trace of horror flashed through them. At the same time, the golden light that was scattered around the secret chamber appeared. Thousands of golden characters flickered and formed a barrier. The 36 northern heaven-cold star swords also trembled and shot out sword lights. They crisscrossed in the air and connected into a net. The crocodile that was lying on the ground also jumped up. It laid on all 4 limbs and looked up at a corner of the secret room vigilantly. Xianxia changed the seal in his hand and counted down, then put Noah's ship away. Only then did he stand up and stare coldly at the corner. A dark shadow was quietly floating in the air above a corner of the secret chamber. It gradually became clear under Yunxiao's gaze, revealing the face of a middle-aged demon. The face was pale and colorless, and his appearance was extremely ordinary. No matter where he was thrown, it was very common. However, upon closer inspection, he still found it very unfamiliar. Xianxia frowned and said coldly, "Lu Congzi?" His expression was very calm, and one could not tell what he was feeling. However, in the quiet secret room, there was a baleful aura. It was obviously not as calm as the 2 people on the surface. The pale face moved, and a familiar voice came out. "Hey, how did you know it was me?" Yunxiao's face twitched, but he suppressed his emotions and said with a sneer, "Actually, I didn't recognize you when you were pretending to be happy. I still can't recognize her even though she's dressed like this. However, in the entire Shooting Star City, you're the only one who would use such a method to find me and enter the secret chamber before I discovered you. Besides, the most important thing is Ingluo." He paused for a moment, his eyes shooting out a cold sneer, and said, "I found a slight magic seal on Noah's ship. Although it was extremely hidden, it couldn't escape my eyes. It should be the mark you left on Noah's ship before you set me up to find me." Not only is young Master Xianxia becoming more and more cautious, but his strength has also improved greatly, Lu Congzi chuckled. "After being the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader for so many years, you've matured quite a bit." "You're really bold," Xianxia said coldly. "How dare you show up in my secret chamber at this time? Are you here to find me or Noah's ship? However, I'm very curious. You didn't launch a sneak attack as soon as you appeared. This doesn't suit your style." "Young Master Xianxia, you think too badly of me," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "I'm not confident that I can break through these layers of restrictions at once." They hadn't seen each other for a few years, so there was no need to be so bitter and hateful, right? People always say that there are 3 great blessings in life. One of them is to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Xianxia nodded. As the saying goes, when a fellow townsman sees a fellow townsman, he'll stab you in the back. That's the truth. Ha ha ha. Lu Congzi laughed out loud. He was actually very happy and didn't show any embarrassment. Xianxia stared at him and frowned as he said, "I'm very curious. What technique did you use? I can't even see any flaws with my eye techniques." Lu Congzi stopped laughing and said, "This is a kind of refining technique from the devil realm. It can directly refine a devil into skin, and when it's worn on the body, it will become a completely different person." "You really can't change your ways," Xianxia scolded. "Don't you feel disgusted? It's all right. You'll be fine once you get used to it," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "Tisk tisk. You're the only one who can get used to it," Xianxia mocked. "I can't get used to it." Hee hee. Lu Congzi wasn't angry. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "We're almost done chatting. Let's talk about business, shall we?" "Oh, Serious business. Yun Xiao rubbed his hands together as killing intent kept overflowing from his body, and the cold light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. I didn't come here to fight you, Lu Zongzi said warily. In my opinion, the business between you and me is to fight to the death, Yun Xiao sneered. There's nothing more important than that. Besides, it's up to you to come or not. But do you think it's up to you to fight? With a point of his finger, the 36 northern heaven-cold star swords floating around him were activated. A cold light shone on the swords, and in the next moment, they sliced through the void with a sizzling sound. Swish! The sword light in the secret room brought up a white chain, dancing in the air, forming an all-encompassing momentum, very dazzling. Lu Zongzi's expression didn't change, and his fists struck out steadily like mountains. Bang, bang, bang! As the sound of his fist hitting the sword was heard, he didn't even land a single punch. Every time he hit the sword would fly out with a clang. In the blink of an eye, all 36 swords were stuck in the wall or the ground. However, just as he stopped, purple lightning shot out from his chest like an electric arc, directly cutting him in half. Ah! Ah! Lu Zongzi screamed in horror as he watched his body split in half in the air and his limbs flailing in the air. Behind him, Yun Xiao's figure appeared, his body flowing with purple electric arcs and his face solemn. He didn't let his guard down just because he had succeeded in one move. As expected, the two halves of Lu Zongzi's body shriveled up and turned into a piece of demon skin as soon as they fell to the ground. Don't get too excited. I'm really not here to fight you this time. In the secret chamber, where Yun Xiao had been standing, several wisps of demonic energy surged from all directions and converged into Lu Zongzi's figure. This time it was his real body. When that familiar face appeared in front of Yun Xiao, an irrepressible killing intent burst out of him. Lu Zongzi glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't forget, your disciple is still in my hands." Damn it! Yun Xiao forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, "Release Yang Di, Xianxia, Fei Yan, Luo Tian, and the others." Release? How do you know that they were captured by me and not willingly following me? Lu Zongzi blinked his eyes and said with an inexplicable smile. Yun Xiao pointed at him with his right hand and said coldly, "I don't care if they are sincere or not. Whether they are following you or being imprisoned by you, I will take them away." Lu Zongzi nodded and smiled. "It's good that you have an idea. I'm just afraid that you don't. If you have an idea, we'll have the conditions for negotiation." Yun Xiao clenched his fingers in anger, and a sharp whistling sound of air flow burst out from his fingertips, shrill and angry. "It's simple," Lu Zongzi said with a smile. "Give me Noah's ship and I'll let you take those people." "How do you want to make the deal?" Yun Xiao asked coldly. "Give me Noah's ship now," Lu Zongzi said. "Then I'll tell you a place. If you go there, you'll see the person you want to see." "What?" Yun Xiao sneered. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're already sick in the head? Do you think I'll agree to such a deal?" "But there's no better way," Lu Zongzi sighed. "There is a better way," Yun Xiao said. "But I want to ask you something first. What do you want Noah's ship for?" Lu Zongzi smiled and said, "Didn't the referee tell you? I've already borrowed the ancient ape devil egg. It's too big to be carried out of the city, and it contains the life of the young ancient demon ape, so it can't be stored in a storage mystic weapon." Yun Xiao was taken aback. He did not expect that he would steal the devil egg, and he finally understood why he wanted Noah's ship. "Actually, there's another way," he muttered. "I'll use the divine realm tablet to bring you and the devil egg out." "Ha ha ha!" Lu Zongzi laughed and said, "If I enter the divine realm tablet, will the devil egg still be mine? Will I be able to escape with my life?" Yun Xiao nodded. "Your worry is not unreasonable. So, there is only one way left." "What is it?" Lu Zongzi asked. A murderous look flickered in Yun Xiao's eyes as he said coldly, "I'll kill you and directly search your soul." As soon as the word kill came out of his mouth, the killing intent that was difficult to suppress surged out, and his figure shot toward Lu Zongzi. "Crazy!" Lu Zongzi cursed. He did not dare to fight Yun Xiao head-on. With a light tap of his feet, he rose into the air and turned faint, about to disappear into the void. Humph! It's not up to you to come and go. With a fierce look on his face, Xianxia clenched his fingers, and a purple thunder dragon immediately shot out of his palm and into the void, coiling around Lu Congzi like a fish. Explode! He pinched his fingers together and shouted softly. Boom! The purple light bloomed and shattered the spatial power. Countless lightning bolts turned into fragments and flashed with a shwa-shwa sound. Xianxiao's face flickered slightly. Inside the light net, Lu Congzi's body swelled up a little, and he made a hand seal in front of him, which turned out to be a dark armor that covered his body and blocked all the power of the thunder. Ha! Lu Congzi's face flushed red. He roared and waved his right hand, sending a golden light down. It was the Golden Phoenix Emperor too, who had blasted the lightning area with a boom. Under the realm power of the Devil Realm, the power of the Purple Thunder was far less than when it was in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Lu Congzi's eyes were filled with joy as he rushed into the void. He stepped out of the void and returned to the secret room. Before he could even catch his breath, he felt his vision turn black. Holding the axe with both hands, Xianxia chopped down at his head. Lu Congzi was immediately scared out of his wits. That was the Six Paths demonic weapon Alai Xuanzong, and it was invincible. Boom! The bronze battle axe cut through Lu Congzi's head like a hot knife through butter. The sharp end of the battle axe pierced through Lu Congzi's head and cut him in half. Bang! Lu Congzi's body exploded and turned into two demonic shadows that flew to both sides. Another clone? Xianxia was taken aback, and his face darkened. There was not a single drop of blood from this axe. The entire secret room suddenly became eerily silent. Lu Congzi, who had been split into two, had two balls of devil chi moving in the corner, as if he was recovering his strength. Xianxia frowned as a bright light flashed through his eyes, and three jade hooks, one gold, one red, and one black, appeared in his eyes. This is a Xianxia. He was taken aback, only to see the two demonic chis in the two corners slowly stand up, turn around, and stare at him with gloomy faces. The two figures condensed by the demonic chi were both Lu Congzi, and their expressions and auras were exactly the same. Moreover, one of them held the golden imperial slaughter sword while the other held the silver swordbreaker sword. What's going on? Xianxia waved his battle axe and placed it behind his back. He looked coldly at the two men and said, What kind of sorcery is this? Where's Lu Congzi himself? Lu Congzi, who was holding a golden mace on the right, said coldly, I'm Lu Congzi's original body, and he's also his original body. We're just demon bodies. Demon body? What the hell are you doing? What about the main body? Main body? Come out and die. With an angry look on his face, Xianxia pointed his battle axe at one of them, Lu Congzi, and walked up with a murderous look. Even if you kill me, what's the point if you can't kill my main body? Lu Congzi grinned hideously. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Both sides will benefit. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia swung the axe down. Lu Congzi hurriedly lifted the golden mace to block it in his shock and anger, but he was sent flying with a bang, and the fiend body was cut into two again. Damn it! Another devil body roared and rushed over. A large number of devil runes were sent into the silver truncheon, which turned into a huge truncheon that was 10 feet thick and flew out. Humph! Xianxia opened his hand and waved it. A series of incantation seals appeared, and a black cloud instantly condensed in his left hand, turning into a shield. The moment the black shield appeared, it expanded in the wind and soon reached the size of half a secret chamber, covering Xianxiao's entire body. Boom! The silver gem struck the black shield, causing it to tremble. At the point of contact, a large amount of silver light burst out, and the monstrous demonic chi instantly swallowed the silver gem. Lu Congzi was shocked. He looked over and saw a ferocious beast on the shield. It looked like a living creature, and its eyes were staring at him. The ruthlessness in its eyes seemed to be able to pierce through his heart. The silver Jian Isher was in the beast's mouth, and it was being swallowed. Lu Zongzi's demon body was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't care about his weapon anymore. He turned around and forcefully struck out with his palm. As the earth and rocks crumbled, he penetrated the secret chamber and escaped. "Can you escape?" With a sneer, Xianxia put away the demonic weapon of 6 paths. Instead of pursuing, he crossed his arms over his chest and watched coldly. Boom! A deafening sound came from outside the secret chamber, and Lu Zongzi's figure shot back in again. A gust of cold wind blew in from the crack and turned into a crocodile monster standing there. It was also full of killing intent, and its eyes were fierce, like a guardian. Lu Zongzi's fiend body rolled a few times on the ground and came to Xianxia's feet. He was so shocked that he stood up in a hurry and took several steps back. The secret room immediately fell silent, and the two stared at each other. The fierce fight had alarmed all the people of the Kuan tribe. The Kuan, Xiao Hong, and the others appeared in the secret room immediately and stared at Lu Zongzi. Xiao Hong's expression changed drastically as she recognized Lu Zongzi at once, while Richard's face was filled with doubt and coldness. "Are you going to tell me the truth? Or do you want me to search your soul?" Xianxia finally said. "Ha ha ha." Seeing that he was at a dead end, Lu Zongzi sneered and said, "I'm just a demon body. Why would I have a soul for you to search? If your main body was here, you wouldn't have dared to search." "Demon body? Don't tell me." Ing Luo, the judge's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lu Zongzi in surprise and asked, "You've cultivated demonic arts? There are 3,000 great Daos." Lu Zongzi sneered disdainfully. "They're all dermic formulations. How can there be a distinction between good and evil?" "Lord Qi," Xianxia said, "is there a way to find the true body of the demon through the demon body in the divine ability of the demon race?" Lu Zongzi's expression changed drastically, and he looked terrified. "There must be such a spell, but I'm not familiar with it," Richard muttered. "Why don't we first take control of this demonic body and then hand it over to Sir Hu? He'll definitely have a way." "Li Yunxiao," Lu Zongzi roared. "Do you not care about the lives of Yang Di and the others? If I die, none of them will be able to live." Yunxiao had made up his mind. "You're too evil and will cause too much trouble in the future. Even if I have to sacrifice them, I will get rid of you this time." Since his threat was useless, Lu Zongzi's face turned pale, and he said angrily, "He's even willing to abandon his own disciple and close friend. The Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader must have lost his mind. When did you become so heartless? You think you've seen through me?" Xianxia sneered. "That's why you dare to come to negotiate with me alone, right? However, you were still exceptionally cautious and hid your true body. You think your scheme is good, and your plan is good, but you've made a mistake. I'm determined to kill you this time." An irresistible force burst out of Yunxiao's body, and Lu Zongzi only felt his body tighten before he was captured. Then, a flash of talisman light appeared and turned into a black iron chain that wrapped around his body, tying him up. Lu Zongzi's face turned extremely unsightly. Xianxia had actually used the 6 paths demonic weapon to bind him, and he could not help but feel vexed. He tried to activate his devil essence to self-destruct, but he was suppressed by Ali Fansha. Black runes flashed on the iron chain, and the power of rules penetrated directly into his body, sealing all power. "Li Yunxiao, you're dead. Yang Di and Xianhua will also die because of you. You've killed everyone." Lu Zongzi roared in anger and struggled with all his might, but he was unable to free himself from the restraints of Ori Fansha. A trace of sadness flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he said, "If I don't kill you, more people will die in the future." In a flash, he appeared beside Lu Zongzi, grabbed his head, and pressed it against the ground. Boom! The floor of the secret room cracked like a spider web, and Lu Zongzi's entire upper body was stuck in it. His legs twitched for a while before they stopped moving. Yunxiao's face was as cold as ice as he said coldly, "This is just a little interest. When I find your real body, I'll take everything back with interest." He waved his hand and instantly grabbed the metal chain. He turned into a stream of light and headed towards Alchemy Hall. Richard and Xiao Hong also hurriedly chased after him. Because the entire city was under martial law and a flight ban had been issued, even if one applied to fly, they could only control it at a certain altitude. Yun Xiao did not care about that. He turned into a stream of light and flickered a few times in the air before flying toward Alchemy Hall. His trajectory almost impossible to follow. Many experts of the Kuan tribe saw this and were furious at the man who had gone against the wind. They hurriedly chased after the light. However, a moment later, everyone watched as the light flew directly into Alchemy Hall. They could not help but stand in the sky in shock, not knowing what was going on. Could it be the Lord of Alchemy Hall? The pursuing demon lords waited for a while near the main hall. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, they heaved a sigh of relief and dispersed. The referee had long noticed something strange. As soon as he walked out of the hall, he saw Yun Xiao land in the square, and the first thing he saw was Lu Congzi. "It's you." Yi's body trembled. He laughed and flew over. "You caught him." Yun Xiao's face was a little heavy as he said, "Let's talk inside." He dragged Xianxia with one hand and led Lu Congzi to the secret room in the hall. Zhu was also alarmed. He came out to take a look and was instantly overjoyed. However, his eyes were filled with greed when they landed on Xianxia. He recognized Xianxia at a glance. In his excitement, he suddenly felt two sharp eyes piercing at him, and he could not help but be shocked when he saw Yun Xiao staring at him coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, "You caught him?" Without saying a word, Yun Xiao looked away and went straight to the reception room in the hall. Zhu's face tensed. He felt he was being looked down on. He suddenly became angry and his eyes spewed fire. However, Yun Xiao was already in front of them, so he turned and stared at the judge and Xiao Hong with a gloomy face. However, Richard and Xiao Hong basically ignored him. They glanced at him and followed him in. Zhu's expression changed greatly. He was about to flare up, but the referee found him in time and stopped him, indicating that he should calm down. After entering the hall, Yun Xiao went straight to the point and told him about Lu Congzi. "Does Master Hu have a way to find his original body through the demon body?" "Demon body?" Nye and Zhu were both shocked. He frowned. "This is one of the evil arts. I haven't seen it in a long time in the devil world. I didn't expect it to be learned by an outsider. If this person didn't steal the demon egg, he might still be a promising talent," Zhu said coldly with a gloomy face. Lu Congzi's eyes turned slightly when he heard this, and he said with a chuckle, "Lord Zhu, I'll return the demon egg to you, and we'll write off the matter between us. How about it?" "Bullshit. Daring to rob this lord's things, only death awaits," Zhu angrily rebuked. "There's nothing that can't be discussed in this world," Lu Congzi said with a smile. "It all depends on whether you're willing to discuss it or not. I think I'm still quite valuable. When I was in the realm of heavenly martial arts, I could have been the chief alchemist." Bai, Haju, and even Bi's expressions changed slightly, revealing shock. They looked at Yun Xiao together, and only believed him after he nodded slightly to confirm it. "What?" Zhu was moved. "You mean, in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, you have the highest achievements in the art of divination?" Lu Congzi laughed and said, "I don't dare to claim the highest. This thing is as if it's invincible. Other than the demon lord emperor from 100,000 years ago, who would dare to say that they were invincible? However, I'm still confident that I'll be in the top 5 of the world." "Top 5, Yu. The few of them fell silent. Although they did not dare to claim first place, this was still an extremely impressive ranking. They looked at Yun Xiao again to verify the truth. Yun Xiao frowned, and the blue veins on his forehead twitched. Anger could be vaguely seen on his face, but he still said coldly, "He's not lying." Although Mo Haju's appearance made him unhappy, he was too proud to slander Lu Congzi. He. Lu Congzi looked at Yun Xiao and smiled. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your approval." "You're welcome," Yun Xiao sneered. "I still acknowledge and admire the chief's art of Tao. But it's a pity that even if you're ranked first, you're going to die this time." "Not necessarily," Lu Congzi said with a smile. Who do you think you are? Don't forget that this is Master Yi's territory. Even if this old man is going to die, it's up to Master Hu to decide, not you. Do you think Lord Yi will let you go? Yun Xiao said coldly. He said to Lu Congzi, but his eyes were looking at the referee. Because there was a lack of alchemists in the devil world, it was indeed possible with Lu Congzi's talent. His success in the barbarian tribe was most likely related to his talent in the art of cultivation. If the Holy See really wanted to recruit Lu Congzi, then this matter would indeed be troublesome. Indeed, the referee was a little hesitant. He cupped his chin with both hands and muttered, "Let's think of a way to find his main body first. Hee, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you're willing to let me go, Master Chu," Lu Congzi said with a flattering smile, "my real body will come out naturally, and I'm willing to serve you." The referee was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to say such words. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on him, especially Yun Xiao's. His eyes were so bright that they almost pierced through his body. "We can discuss the matter of service, but I have to return my magic egg first," Zhu said slowly. I should. Seeing their attitudes, Lu Congzi knew that he had a good chance of survival, so he hurriedly said, "I didn't want to be enemies with the two lords. It's all my fault for being muddle-headed and actually having ideas about the devil egg. I won't do it again in the future." His face was filled with regret and remorse. If Yun Xiao had not known him for more than a day, he might have believed him. Lu Congzi looked at Mo Haju's hesitant look and was secretly happy. Yun Xiao sneered as he clapped his hands and praised. What the chief said was really good, concise and comprehensive, with a profound meaning and touching heart. Since you're so sincere, then let your main body come to Arcade Hall first to have a talk. Don't you think it's impolite to always use your demon body to talk to the two lords? Your main body first, then we'll have a good talk. He nodded. Lu Congzi was stunned, and the old flesh on his face twitched a few times. He said embarrassedly, "Without Lord Yi's pardon, my main body wouldn't dare to come." "You don't believe in Lord Min," Yun Xiao said sarcastically. "Since you want to join us, then use your real body as a proof of your loyalty. Otherwise, how can there be such a good thing?" Nye and Zhu were also in agreement. Yes. Zhu nodded. "Let your main body bring the demon egg over first. If you're really a useful talent, we'll consider giving you a lighter sentence." Lu Congzi's face twisted into the color of a bitter melon as he gave Yun Xiao an angry glare. He still had a certain degree of initiative now. If his main body really came with the devil egg, he would be completely passive. At that time, his life and death would be in the hands of others. To a treacherous and ambitious person like him, it was difficult to accept. Besides, if his true body came, Yun Xiao would kill him at all costs, even if Nie Haju wanted to let him go. Yun Xiao's idea was really vicious. "What, not happy?" Zhu frowned. No, I'm not unhappy, Ingluo." Lu Congzi wiped the sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "It's like this. When I was stealing the devil egg, I exchanged a few blows with the two lords. I'm indebted to the two lords for showing mercy, but I've still suffered significant injuries. I'm currently recuperating in seclusion in a secret chamber in the city. If I interrupt the healing process, I'm afraid it will bring irreparable damage to my body." Zhu frowned and did not know what to do. He looked at the judge and Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao sneered. "You stole the demon egg and you deserve to be injured. But now you want the two lords to forgive you? Are you that fucking precious? He would die if he moved a little? All right then. Tell us the location and the two lords will send people to carry you over. Also, there are two lords here. With their unparalleled abilities and cultivation, they'll naturally ensure your safety. Don't worry." Lu Congzi felt dizzy. The more Yun Xiao said so, the more he did not dare to let his true body come. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said, "My lords, my main body is indeed severely injured. How about this? Give me 7 days' time, and I will definitely come out of seclusion after 7 days. At that time, my main body will definitely bring the devil egg to Arcade Hall to ask for forgiveness from the two lords." 7 days. Bai and Zhu both muttered to themselves. You can't. No. Yun Xiao immediately objected. The Shooting Star City is the core of the demon tribe, and it is also the main city in the central region of the entire Devil Realm. Every day it is sealed off, the impact will be incalculable. If Lu Congzi really wanted to submit, he could tell them where his main body was hiding. After the two lords confirmed it, they could lift the city's blockade and restore free movement. At the same time, we can retrieve the devil egg immediately and send someone to protect Lu Congzi in case he encounters any accidents during his closed-door cultivation. If he accidentally goes into chi deviation or something, we'll lose a great talent. You coward! Lu Congzi was so angry that his mind was muddled. Now that Yun Xiao had said so, how could he find an excuse to delay the matter? Zhu was in a hurry to take back the magic egg. That makes sense. Tell us where you're staying first. We'll send people to protect you after we take back the egg. Yun Xiao sneered. The chief has not told us where he is hiding. Obviously, he has no intention of surrendering. He is clearly toying with you two and trying to stall for time. Don't you slander me! Lu Congzi roared. Yun Xiao gave him a sideways glance and said coldly, Is there? It's easy to prove your sincerity. Just tell me. Where's your main body? That's right. Where's your original body? If you even hide this, how can you even talk about seeking refuge? Zhu also rolled his eyes and glared at Lu Congzi. Humph! Lu Congzi grunted. He found that he had lost to Yun Xiao in terms of words, and knew that it was difficult for him to play any more tricks. So he simply closed his eyes and stood there in a daze, pretending to be dead. I asked you to speak. Zhu frowned in anger. Lu Congzi looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. He had completely given up. Since his meridians were all sealed, it was impossible for him to commit suicide or escape. At the end of his wits, he could only close his eyes and pretend that he was dead. Bang! Zhu slapped Lu Congzi's face, making him see stars. I'm asking you a question. Say something. However, Lu Congzi just closed his eyes and pretended that he was dead, and let them do whatever they wanted. At this moment, there was a house made of gray stone on the outskirts of the Shooting Star City. It had 2 simple windows and a door. It was no different from the residences of the surrounding residents. The underground of the building had been hollowed out. In a space of more than 10 acres, dim lights flickered in the 4 corners. Black demonic runes would appear in the air from time to time, and they would flash and disappear. In the center, the giant devil egg that had been taken away was placed on a formation, floating quietly. Damn you, Li Yunxiao! You actually destroyed my devil body and seized it. Next to the devil egg, a cloud of black chi emerged, revealing Lu Congzi's face. His face was fierce and hideous, and his eyes were full of killing intent. How are your injuries? In front of him, a black light flashed and slowly turned into a demonic shadow. It sat in the air and opened its eyes to look at him. The devil had horns on its head and was dressed in a silver robe. Its exposed skin was covered in silver-gray scales, and its slender eyes flashed with a fierce light. Lu Congzi's face looked even gloomier, and he said coldly, Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but now that we've lost one demon body, the other one is probably going to die as well. This injury will take at least 3 to 5 years to heal. His face was full of hatred, and he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, wishing he could tear Yun Xiao into pieces. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to find Li Yunxiao. Now I'm in such a passive situation. What should I do? Lu Congzi clenched his fists and pounded the ground with all his might. His gloomy face, hidden by the cracks in the soil and stones, seemed to be bleeding from all 7 holes in his face. The specter's face revealed a strange expression and said, Teacher has always been wise. Why are you so emotional today? It's just a setback. En Ingluo. Only then did Lu Congzi fall silent. He calmed his mind and said, They'll probably refine my devil body and find this place. Does Lord Man have any countermeasures? The tall and sturdy demonic shadow in front of him was actually Man, one of the 8 demon venerables. It's indeed a little troublesome, Man said in a deep voice. If the Holy Envoy finds out that I'm the one behind this, it'll be extremely bad for the entire barbarian tribe. What we lack the most now is time. How long can your demon body last? We'll have to see their sorcery, Lu Zongzi said worriedly. I reckon they'll find our hiding place in 7 days. 7 days. Man's long and narrow eyes burst out with a bright light. He stretched out his hand to stroke the demon egg. His face seemed to be a little infatuated as he said, there are only 2 ways now. The first is that I'll extract the power of this devil egg right now, and then we'll be able to kill our way out with our power. This method was very safe, but it would definitely waste a large amount of the ancient ape demon's strength. The second method is to take advantage of the time when they are casting spells on your demon body and protect this demon egg to kill our way out. But if I do that, the chances of taking the magic egg away are not high, and I will definitely expose my identity. What? Lu Zongzi's heart skipped a beat. My lord, are you suggesting that we should choose the first option? Man nodded and sighed. Even if it's a waste, there's no other way. Right now, I don't want to face the cultivators of the Arceus region head-on. After absorbing the power of this ancient ape devil, I should be able to conceal my identity and escape from the Shooting Star City. Then, you'll go into hiding for a period of time. Even if the Kuan tribe and the Arceus region try to pressure me, I'll never admit to it. Lu Zongzi's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, that's the only thing we can do now. Man nodded, then stretched out his hands and teleported to the sky above the devil egg, quickly forming hand seals. The devil egg seemed to have sensed something and shook a little. It actually became somewhat transparent, and there seemed to be a huge shadow shaking inside. Lu Zongzi looked on with a gloomy expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. A few days later, not only did the restrictions of the Shooting Star City not relax, but they also became even more severe. It was as if a violent storm was brewing. Many people smelled the scent and began to be cautious, even rarely going out. In Arcade Hall, Lu Zongzi sat cross-legged in a huge formation. He had a wooden expression on his face, and his eyes were closed the entire time. Several strange magical beasts sat cross-legged around the array. Their bodies were like toads, and their skin was covered with pimples. Their cheeks were moving, and they were exhaling yellow smoke that dispersed in the array. Zhu, who had been behind Lu Zongzi, reached out and stabbed his 5 fingers into the top of Lu Zongzi's head, causing the demonic light on his body to roll. It was as if every part of his demonic vitality was being poured out. Since Lu Zongzi closed his eyes and closed his mouth, directly sealing his 5 senses and 6 senses, it made Zhu Hai furious. The two of them set up this secret technique according to the ancient method and began to refine this demon body in order to find the original body. As Yin and Yang met, 6 days passed. During the 6 days, Yunxiao did not leave for a moment. He sat cross-legged 1,000 feet away from the array and cultivated. One day, Lu Zongzi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his eyes and mouth, letting out a miserable cry. Ah! Shua! The scream immediately attracted everyone's attention, and 6 or 7 people appeared around the formation in an instant, all of them nervously looking into the formation. A look of great joy appeared on Zhu's face. He quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and kept hitting Lu Zongzi's body, shooting out beams of demonic light,